Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Grand River Raceway for this Wednesday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. The track condition listed as fast, and it's a little warm, but it was mostly overcast, so it doesn't feel quite as warm as it was yesterday. But we're going to have some hot racing this evening. 11 races on the program this fine evening. Note we're 19 minutes to post time to our first dash, and we'll take a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing probably in a moment. Note we do have some technical difficulties right now for the getting to the changes. That's why you're looking at the blue screen of death in terms of the odds, same as a computer, and the blue screen is not a great sign. This is the way we did it back in the old days. We'll be with you in just a moment with the changes. Well, fans, it is showtime in terms of the changes. Changes. Let's get rolling. Let's get this party started. And we will start in race number one, which seems like a heck of a fine place to start. Scratched is number 8, Northern Tailwind. Race 1, number 8, Northern Tailwind is scratched. In the second race, note the number 4, Delaware. The driver is Jason Ryan. Jason Ryan on 4, Delaware in the second. The third race, number 7, Double T GRR. Shoe change. Flip-flops to steel shoes on the back and to aluminum. Correction. They change shoes. Flip-flops up front and steel behind. To aluminum all around. I'm glad that I got Christine to explain it to me. Flip-flops up front and steel behind to aluminum. I was going to say aluminum on all four, but if you don't know that there's 4 horses, you're probably watching the wrong program. Need a little more time with Sesame Street. And number 7, Double T GRR, has a bridle change. Open bridle to blinkers. And races 4, 5, and 6 have no changes. No changes races 4, 5, and 6. The 7th race, number 3, Timel Houdini is scratched. Race 7, scratch 3, Timel Houdini. And races 8, 9, and 10 have no changes, which means there's a change in race 11. And it is a scratch of number 8, Wrap, and a Hooey. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1, number 8, Northern Tailwind is scratched. And in the second race, number 4, Delaware, Jason Ryan will drive. It is now 14 minutes to post time, and time to welcome our co-host and handicapping expert, Robert Reed Jr. And a quick question off the top, Robert, and I hope you got your thinking cap on because a toughie. You know that shoe change going to aluminum on all? Did you know that all meant 4 horses? You know a horse has 4 legs?
Yeah, I had a sneaking suspicion, Gary, that horses had 4 legs. But interestingly enough, that's a change I always like to see when the flip-flops come off. That's horse has a difficult post night. But we'll get to that race a little later on, folks. It's a wonderful Wednesday here at Grand River Raceway. And even more wonderful, because it's really a stacked card tonight, isn't it? We've got 2 OSS Gold divisions for 3-year-old fillies on the trot. That's races 5 and 8. We also have 2 preferreds, a preferred trot in race number 7, and we have a preferred 3 for fillies and mares on the pace in race number 9. So really doesn't get much better than that, folks. We've got an incredible here at the river, a lot of great wagering opportunities. And you know what? I think some value plays. I actually love a horse in the opener tonight, but I've got a bad feeling I'm not going to get anywhere near the price that I'm hoping to get on this one, because I'm sure others saw the replay last time and the big post-system change as well for tonight. But we're going to come back in just a few moments. Gary and I will break down our pick 5 wagers for you in that guaranteed pool of $2,500 for that first race in just a few minutes. All right, folks. Well, just about 8 minutes away until our opener. You know what that means? It's pick five time. The pool's guaranteed at $2,500, but guess what? We're already surpassed that. We're just under $3,000 in the pool. It's going to keep on climbing before post time. Make sure you start mapping out your winning tickets, and we're going to try to give you a couple of suggested tickets, Gary and I, and hopefully one of us will map out a winner tonight. For me, I'm going to start with a single and end with a single, and we're going to spread out in the middle and hope for some funny stuff to happen in there. I love a horse in the opener, folks. I really do. Number 2, Secretly Flashy. Right now, 8-5 on the board. The value has certainly, shriveled up on this one. I didn't mind this one last time from post 7, and now 21-1 that time. Now we got 8-5 right now. But my single with a bullet in the opening leg is number 2, Secretly Flashy. But then we're going to spread out the rest of the way. Race 2, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're using 4 of the 6 in that one. Chamois Hall is my top selection, but they're trotters. Funny things can happen. Maybe a few will break, and hopefully we can get a price down in that one. In race number 3, we're going to use the inside 4. I do like Happy Looker. I'm often fond of that mare, but I think there's some opportunities in there for some prices on the inside post. So the 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we're going 4x4 in races 2 and 3. Then we're going to use the inside 5 in race 4. We're back on the trot in that one. I do like Zoe's Choice. Number 3 is my top selection, but I also think that there might be some other possibilities in there as well. So going 5 deep in that one. And then in the last leg, in the OSS Gold, the first division for 3-year-old trotting fillies, HP Mama B has been incredible this season. She was great last season, mostly in the grassroots. She's turned into a rock-solid gold horse this year. And the only one that gets the better of her is I'm Extra Special, and she's in the other division. So I'm singling HP Mama B. Start with a single, end with a single. Hopefully some funny stuff happens in between. That ticket will cost you $16 for 20 cents, but let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, Rob, I didn't spend as much money, $9.60. That seems to be my go-to number. And, we have a somewhat different opinion. Now, in the first race, I did fan out and use the 2, 4, 6, and 7. I originally toyed also with having the 2 on top, but I'll tell you later when we handicap this race, there's one element that I wasn't positive on. But 2, 4, 6, 7, so I'm a little broader in the first race. In the second race, I have the 2, 3, and 6, so the only one that I've included and is number 6, PL Oscar, that you don't have, and you do have the 5, Loyal Lindley, and the 4, Delaware, that I do not have. So a little bit of a different opinion in the second race. Race number 3, I went a little tighter, just the 1 and the 2. I noted, I saw your picks. Those are your top 2 in the race, but you did go a little bit deeper. And in race number 4, where you also went deeper and just, maybe you didn't handicap the race and just took the inside 5 post positions. I did handicap the race and took the 1 and 2. And in race number 5, we're on the same page. HP Mama B. $9.60, Rob. Somewhat similar and somewhat different.
Well, there you have it. Well, folks, I can guarantee you I did handicap race number 4. I just thought maybe we'd look for a price in there, but that's okay. 8 chances for Gary and I to both find the winner's circle tonight, and I'm, of course, cheering for that, as I always do. But let's look at this opener, because I love a horse in here, folks, and that horse is number 2, Secretly Flashy. This was a replay that I remember I noted to watch. When I saw the race live on August the 18th, and I watched it multiple times going into tonight, and it was a really nice one, because Secretly Flashy had the 7-hole, got away 8th, and then what you don't really see in the program page was actually stacked up 3 wide trying to follow cover, probably about 3rd over or so, and was out there for a bit before jumping back down to the inside, getting stuck behind another one, and when finally, room opened up in the stretch, I think she had a lot of trot. And post 7 to post 2 is a big difference. 2 starts back, I thought it was a really good effort at Clinton. I saw that race live and was very impressed with her. And I think really all she needed was post relief tonight in order for her to get the job done in here, and she got it. So she's one I've been waiting for. She was on the watch list. I love the replay. She's my single. She's my top choice with a bullet. call her the best bet of the night, but I have a hard time saying that now because she's 4-5, and 4-5 for me is a tough one to make my best bet, but she is definitely my single in the pick 5. And for second, number 3, the Reigns of Titan. If you remember last time, I put this one actually in the second spot when I had Secretly Flashy in, I believe, the 4th spot in that race. Perfect trip, really, for the Reigns of Titan. A great drive by Tyler Moore. Ended up finishing 6th. I still think this one has ability and actually beat Secretly Flashy 3 starts back. So I can't love Secretly Flashy and not give some respect to the Reigns of Titan. 9-1 on the board right now. All kinds of value, in my opinion, on number 3, the Reigns of Titan. Then number 6, You Could Be That Girl, was on this horse on August 11th. Closed up nicely to finish second, beating only half a length to Archie Hill at 30-1. I think You Could Be That Girl is one you need to use in your exotics. Obviously the one issue I do see is the fact not a lot of gate speed, especially from out there in post 6. She'll probably be coming from out of it, probably to get a piece, land on the ticket again. And then number 7, Twinbee Hugs. One that does well in the class, but much better when she draws inside. Drawing the 7 hole, she's finished 8th and 3rd. I think that's probably her ceiling tonight, finishing 3rd, landing somewhere in the bottom end of the exotics. For me, though, it's all about number 2, Secretly Flashy. I'm all on this one, my pick 5, and one of my better plays of the evening. The Trotters are moving out onto the track. We'll come back and talk about it a little more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the first on parade. 1, Unfinished Business. Colin Kelly from L. Giles and Inglewood Stables. Number 2, Secretly Flashy. Scott Colliver, Dennis Morrissey. 3, The Reigns of Titan. Tyler for Marissa Miller and Ezra Andy Miller. And 4 is Victoria Has a Secret. Scott Young for Brittany Kennedy and Dean and Ashley Wilson. And number 5, Power Move, Travis Cullen for Barry Drury. And number 6, You Could Be That Girl, Ryan DeRoche for Dolores Basilone and Laces Racing. And number 7, Twinbee Hugs, Travis Henry for Francis Dumichel and Jackie McManus and Robert Daly. It is a field of 7, race number 1. Let's get right to it. First of 11 dashes on this Wednesday evening. And Rob, it's going to be an interesting night between the two of us handicapping-wise because 6 races we have a different top 1, so we'll see how that unfolds. And right here you have 2, Secretly Flashy. I told you I did actually originally have this one on top and then changed my mind. What changed my mind was 69 career starts, 7 wins, 16 seconds, and 13 thirds. And about 57 or 58 of those starts were with Dennis Morrissey. I do like his barn. I just wondered if Secretly Flashy is maybe win shy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, but what I'll say is 2 starts back, that victory in Nominers at 1,500 last 3 was very impressive. And, Travis Henry jumped aboard that day. Dennis Morrissey sometimes does drive this one, himself. And I would say that, Scott Coulter last time, I was really excited about him jumping aboard here at Grand River, and the trip just never worked out. I mean, post 7, getaway 8th. And, really from the 3/4 pole on, Secretly Flashy had a lot of trot and really didn't get any opportunity to display it. Was out wide, back inside, out wide again, back inside. Loaded with trot, in my opinion, in the stretch. And I think that from post 2 tonight, we're going to see her forwardly placed and moving much, much sooner in the mile if she doesn't have the lead.
Number 3, The Reigns of Titan, is offering 15-1 in your second choice, so there's some definite value there. We love this horse off of the August 11th line, coming from way off the pace to be beaten just 2. Didn't quite do as well last time out as both of us thought he might do, but still, there's some plenty of positives on the page that to take a look at with The Reigns of Titan.
Yeah, it disappointed me a little bit last time because I thought, off that perfect trip, second over, he might fire. But he only got beat 4.5 lengths. And, he's had the trailing post. And I thought the start 2 back was fantastic. He was the only one that really had a lot of movement late. And, I think he's kind of an improving type. I think he might, race better this time than he did last time. And really, 26-1 from the trailing post. Now I get 16-1, maybe higher by post time from post 3 with his nose on the gate. I can get behind that.
There's number 6, You Could Be That Girl, and Ryan DeRoche for Dolores Basilone. This one's been knocking on the door, came close last time, and did it from off the pace, so certainly the post position might not be a problem.
Yeah, I liked the effort last time. It was, only beaten half a length on the end of it, came flying up, and that was off a break in stride. Now you've got that flat line, to her credit, and maybe we'll see her, up and moving a little bit sooner this time. Does typically race from off the pace. 19-1, though, is a pretty big price on a horse that just got beat by a slim margin in this class on August the 11th.
Number 7, Twinbee Hugs, is one that both Ken Middleton and I have on top. But I was reluctant to put this one on top because of post position 7, and yet I wound up eventually getting there. I could see it being a troubled outing, but yet Twinbee Hugs has been racing really well.
Yes, Twinbee Hugs has been racing really well, at this level. But my big question is, you look at post 7, last time from post 7 finished third, beating a length, had trouble getting into the race, and then if you go down 5 starts back, something very similar, except never was able to get into the race. Now, granted, that was against much tougher numbers of 40,000 life. I just think the post tonight is going to be a big disadvantage for this one. Maybe she can fire off and somehow get position off the gate. I don't see how that's going to happen without her being used too hard where she won't have it later on in the mile. For me, 5-2 is a big underlay.
One that you didn't use, and I think you probably at least toyed with it, number 4, Victoria Has a Secret, because we've seen how important gate speed is here. Victoria Has a Secret can leave hard. Got parked early last race, and it dropped back, but it beaten only 2 3/4.
Yeah, Victoria Has a Secret actually was kind of the odd mare out on my selections, because I wanted to use her because she's a useful type that typically does get a share of it and lands on the ticket. I just couldn't get there because I kind of like Secretly Flashy too much and like some of the other price plays that I'm having around that one.
Well, we'll see how the first race unfolds as you are on to Secretly Flashy at 7-5, and both Kenny and I are on 7. Twinbee Hugs at 5-2 is getting a lot of love and is the second choice. Now just popped up to 7-2. 1-2 on 2 Secretly Flashy. Taking up positions, Unfinished Business, Secretly Flashy, and the reins of Titan on the inside. Of the center, Victoria Has a Secret and Power Move. On the outside, You Could Be That Girl and Twinbee Hugs. It's a field of 7. It's race number 1. Here they come. Field for the first race is at the start of the round. The reins of Titan will leave well. Victoria Has a Secret, Unfinished Business on the inside, and Twinbee Hugs is going to fire out on the outside and now try to angle over, and is away right now, racing position to 4th, and then Secretly Flashy, Power Move, and You Could Be That Girl, and quickly stepping out from 3rd. Victoria Has a Secret is wanting to stride up and grab the lead from Unfinished Business. It's Victoria Has a Secret on the outside, sashaying up now and grabbing the lead. Unfinished Business 2nd, the reins of Titan 3rd. Twinbee Hugs is racing positioned mid-pack 4th in front of Secretly Flashy. Then Power Move and You Could Be That Girl. 28-3 is the opening quarter, and it's Victoria Has a Secret who's got the lead. Unfinished Business at 30-1 is right there in the pocket. The reins of Titan is 3rd. Twinbee Hugs is racing on the inside 4th, and now is going to slide to the outside right now, and Secretly Flashy will get that one's cover, and then it is back to Power Move and You Could Be That Girl, and it is Victoria Has a Secret. But here comes Twinbee Hugs to challenge right now. They race their way on past the half in 59-3, and as they race their way to the 5-8, Victoria Has a Secret. Twinbee Hugs on the outside, bearing down. Inside 3rd, Unfinished Business, and Secretly Flashy's in a good spot, 2nd over. Then it's the reins of Titan and Power Move, and You Could Be That Girl. It is Victoria Has a Secret. Twinbee Hugs on the outside, trying to get the better of Victoria Has a Secret, and they stride together as a team to 3/4. And then on the inside 3rd, Unfinished Business. Secretly Flashy is to the outside 4th, and then the reins of Titan and Power Move, and then it is back to You Could Be That Girl. Victoria Has a Secret as they race their way towards the top of the stretch. Twinbee Hug, Secretly Flashy is third and is kicking in now, but still has to make up a couple of lengths. And then it is Power Move and Unfinished Business on down the stretch ride for Victoria Has a Secret. Victoria Has a Secret. Twinbee Hugs is chasing. Secretly Flashy on the outside. Secretly Flashy just got there. Victoria Has a Secret was second. Then Twinbee Hugs was third. 159 and 2. Rob, you did get your favorite in, but you had to sweat it quite a while there.
That was a lot of work to get one down for 3-5. Listen, this horse shouldn't be 3-5 based on the bite paper, Gary. I mean, you can see that in the program. I know the horse was going to take more money tonight, but 3-5 is obviously a big time underlay. I can't help that, that's for sure. Still love this horse, and I think that there was kind of no doubt that she kind of proved that she was probably the better one in the race off that trip, because I'll be honest, when I saw the fractions, I didn't think she was going to get there.
Well, there also was a moment going down the backside to 3/4 where it looked like she wasn't filling up the gap there. Second over was gapped a little bit, but then towards the top of the stretch, I thought, yeah, no, actually, it looks like she is going to come now.
Yeah, it's kind of what she did though at Clinton, and that's what I kind of liked about her, is that she lunged kind of when it seemed like the money was down. Now, granted, she won by 2 that day, not the neck that we see right there, but last time she certainly accelerated in the stretch and the final piece of it. Granted, she didn't really have room until that point. I was concerned because I saw Scotty tapping this one to stay on her cover. And at that point, I said, "Uh-oh, I just gave out one that might not even hit the ticket at 3-5." But he got the job done, and Secretly Flashy came through to be my single in the opening leg. I'm just hoping she's not 3-5 in the pick 5.
You also got away with not taking 4. Victoria Has a Secret, and I think early gate speed is so crucial on the half-mile track that it's tough to leave that one off. Twinbee Hugs actually raced very well, and also Travis Henry did a nice job to get off the gate, then get tucked in on the inside fourth going to the quarter.
Definitely, yeah. It was a great steer by Travis Henry. Twinbee Hugs is a horse that has all kinds of gate speed. Inside post, I think you can bet with both hands on Twinbee Hugs, but today, the trip obviously was a little more taxing. Still finished third, though.
Well, you said third by a length might be the best that she could do. You were pretty darn close with that. Back in front of us is number 2, Secretly Flashy, a chested 5-year-old Dewey Sheedeman Howe mare, owned and trained by Dennis Morrissey. Scotty Coulter, the Tan Tornado, with the win. Third win this year. 8th lifetime. Secretly Flashy, 159 and 2. The first race payouts to Secretly Flashy, 340, 240, and 230. 4, Victoria Has a Secret, 330. 247, Twin Bee Hugs, 320. $2 Exactor, 970. Dollar Try, 1785. The Dollar Super, 95.10. The first race order of finish from the top, 7152643. That's 7152643.
All right, folks. Well, Gary and I are both alive in our pick five tickets. And on mine, we're spread out here. We're using the 2, 3, 4, and 5 in race number 2. Let's take a closer look at that dash, though. On the trot, claiming price is $15,000. The condition is non-winners of 25,000 life. And on, you know, my top selection, I did go to number 3, Chamois Hall, and I'm kind of baffled by the 9-1 on the board right now because I'm not sure what Chamois done wrong lately. In her last two, she's raced fantastic. Really, she's raced really well. Going back, I'd say all the way to June 19th when she won at Hanover by a neck. Last time she got the lead from this post position and ended up only getting beat by a length by a horse that had a perfect trip behind her, came out the passing lane. That was in this class, and then 2 starts back in non-winners of 5,000 life, so pretty soft spot. But she battled. She got the lead, got relegated back to the 3 hole, then came back around them to win at 7-1. So yeah, she's picked by 3 of the 4 handicappers here right now, 6-1 on the board. That price has to come down. She's got to go off at a much shorter price than that because she's been racing fantastic, and I really think that if she minds her manners, she will be one that's not going to be easy to get to in here. So Chamois Hall is one that I would be taking a long, hard look at. My top selection. And for second number 4, Delaware, driver change to Jason Ryan. And I thought this one raced pretty well here on August the 4th, finishing second. Didn't race too poorly the time after that either, getting beat only 3 1/4 lengths back in 5th. And the last start at Georgian was pretty solid too. Now gets tagged for the first time in his career and might be one to take a long look at as well. 2-1 on the board there right now. I was hoping for a bigger price on number 4, Delaware. Number 2, Italian Grit is one you have to consider. Inside post to work from and one that's been racing well, especially when in the condition claiming ranks. Right now, 2-1 on the board. Short price for my liking. And number 5, Loyal Lindley, one that might be able to race better now, getting acclimated to this level. But I see they're already moving out of the track. So we'll come back and talk about it a little further with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the second. On parade, 1 is Got the Touch, Austin Surrey for Bob McIntosh and CSX Staples and Dave Boyle. And number 2, Italian Grit, Travis Henry for Madeline Henry in the stable. Number 4, Delaware, Jason Ryan for Dag Henriksen and Ralph Spoltor III. 5 is Loyal Lindley, Scott Cold for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing and Mortgage Boys stable. And number 6, PL Oscar, Colin Kelly for Matt Dupuis. And there is 3, Chamois Hall, Brent McDonald for Mitchell Tierney and Triple S Equine. Field of 6, race number 2. We'll start off with number 3, Chamois Hall. And was a longer play of 9-1 earlier, but now is moving down. Rob, I expect Chamois Hall to be the chalk in this race eventually at post time. Chamois Hall is now down to a co-favorite at 5-2. Look at last race, also was 9-1, and the start before that was 7-1. I guess people just aren't believing in her, but there's so much to believe in.
I think so too. She's not getting very much respect in her last 2. I thought her win 2 back was incredible. Really, she won by 3/4 of a length and overcame adversity to do so and looked great. And the thing really about Chamois Hall that's impressed me is that we haven't seen those steps and those bad steps she's put in before and the breaks and strides. So hopefully she continues that tonight. Right now, 5-2 on the board. If you look at the doubles, the 2, 3, 4, and 5. The lowest is $17 or just under that, and the highest is $22.60. So it should be a pretty tightly contested race on the odds board, Gary, between those 4.
Number 4, Delaware, Jason Ryan with the catch drive is 5-1 on the board. Is your second choice, and I use this one for 4th, but Delaware is one that raced pretty well at Georgian Downs last race, 58-2. That's a good mile to come off of for this spot here.
Yeah, I watched that replay, and I thought Delaware raced pretty well. And I did mind the effort even two back here finishing fifth. And it's not often that I'm going to look at one that finishes fifth and gets beat 3 1/4 lengths, and and did some racing, was up closer, and then kind of fell back a position. But I thought it was a decent enough effort. And now, the all important going into a condition claimer for the first time. I love that angle. It's one that it's proved positive many times before, and I think at 5 to 1 right now, that's the value on the board. Do I think it's going to stay there though? I highly doubt it.
Number 2, Italian Grit is one that I toyed with the idea of taking this one on top, and I think Italian Grit has shown a lot of grit and has shown some pretty good things. Last race was a tougher post position, but now moves back down inside, and we've seen this one race well. The 2 previous starts from inside post positions. Italian Grit is a solid factor in here, 5 to 2.
Especially in this class. The condition claiming ranks. He's got a second beaten half a length in here. He did break another time when he squandered a really good trip and probably would have got a big piece of it. Last time finished fifth, beaten 3 lengths, and who could forget the time he almost got the job done at 24 to 1 and now into 20,000 life. It was a straight condition class, no claiming tag on that one. Italian Grit, I think, is one that you have to consider in here, and I certainly couldn't leave off my pick 5 ticket. I put him in the third spot, but I think that just kind of shows how tightly contentious this race is.
Well, the odds board is telling the story. And number 5, Loyal Lindley, is one that you also used, as this is a pretty balanced bunch. 5, Loyal Lindley really shows some nice improvement in the last 2, and that last race from off the pace was digging well to get close. Loyal Lindley, now second start at this level.
Yeah, came onto my radar on August 11th going first over, and I thought that she didn't embarrass herself after going a tough trip, first over in a contest that was won by Chamois Hall. Came back now into this condition claiming class. Last time had post 7. I just said, okay, I'll just watch this time. I don't think I used her in my top 4, and she raced pretty well for that post, right? She ended up finishing third, only beaten length and 3/4 at 62 to 1. Post 5 isn't the greatest post here at Grand River, especially in a field of 6, but she's an improving type, and I figured she would be the value of the 4 horses, and it's holding true right now at 5 to 1.
Actually, a horse that might be offering value and you're disregarding. And I used PL Oscar for third on the ticket. PL Oscar, that was a pretty credible effort from post 8 last race, and actually managed to get up and grab the lead shortly, but just paid for it in the late going, but still only dropped back, beaten 2 lengths. PL Oscar, especially if there's any kind of battle early, or maybe PL Oscar leaves again, 10 to 1.
I thought he actually might take more support in here, and I used 4 of the 6 because if I use 5 of the 6, I have to take an all, and sometimes I feel like I'm really diminishing my equity when I take an all. PL Oscar last time, if he clears, he would have won. He almost got the clearance on the leader. I don't think anyone would have beat him if he had of. He ended up only getting beat 2 lengths anyways in fourth. So I see where you're going with this one. 10 to 1 on the board. Definitely not a bad price, and I couldn't fault you for taking a stab.
I would have wished you would have taken 5 of 6, because then I would have known right away who I'm cheering for in that type of scenario. The field for race number 2, taking up their positions. It's Got the Touch and Italian Grit on the inside. Chamois Hall, Delaware in the center. The outside, Loyal Lindley and PL Oscar. Field of 6 for race number 2. They're moving in behind the gate, and it is post time. Field for race number 2, top of the stretch. Here they come. Gathering speed, approaching the start. There at the start of the rough, Delaware, PL Oscar from the outside, and then Loyal Lindley, Chamois Hall, Italian Grit, and Got the Touches on the inside. Delaware's got the lead. PL Oscar continues to rush on the outside, and now is going to find the pocket position in front of Chamois Hall. Then it is back to Italian Grit, Loyal Lindley, and Got the Touches trailing the field. Delaware's got the lead. PL Oscar is racing second. Chamois Hall is third right now, and about 4.5 or 5 from the lead. Then it is Italian Grit. Loyal and Lindley and got the touch, and that opening quarter was 28-1. Delaware leads as they work on around the turn. Delaware and Jason Ryan. Then it is a Peel Oscar who's racing second. Shammy Hall inside third. Italian Grit is racing position fourth as the field is about to come off the turn and roll up towards the half. And then back there positioned fifth right now is Loyal Lindley in front of Got the Touch, but popping up from third comes Shammy Hall. It is Delaware with the front. Delaware, Peel Oscar, Shammy Hall to the outside. Italian Grit is moving out and is second over. And then also now coming to the outside, Loyal Lindley. Still down on the inside has Got the Touch. Three to the inside, three to the outside. Half was 58-4, 30-3 second panel breather. It's Delaware by a length and a half over Peel Oscar, who's getting a good trip. Shammy Hall on the outside continues to move forward. Italian Grit is sent out three wide. Then Loyal Lindley and Got the Touch. They hustle on to three quarters. It is still Delaware leading for Jason Ryan. Shammy Hall is grinding in the center of the track and has moved to within about a length of the front. On the inside, Peel Oscar has been getting the lovely trip. And Italian Grit. Loyal Lindley is sent out three wide and is coming now, and then Got the Touch. Three quarters was 128-4, and they turn for home. It is Delaware. Peel Oscar needs some racing room as they come on down the lane. Delaware and Peel Oscar. Delaware, Peel Oscar is closing, but Delaware is going to win. Peel Oscar was second. Got the Touch was third. And then Loyal Lindley was fourth, 159-4 in race number two. That was a mighty interesting dash there, Mr. Robert Reed Jr.
Yes, it was, and I knew who you were cheering for because, well, you would have kept your pick five alive with PL Oscar and busted me out. It would have been like for you, Mr. Gary Guy. But listen, Delaware gets the job done, going right to the front. And I'll be honest, I was shocked that PL Oscar could navigate his way into the two-hole. Great drive by Colin Kelly, leaving out from post six to get to that two-hole. Sometimes, you see gaps in these trot races. He found it, got an absolute perfect trip for PL Oscar, but they couldn't get to Delaware, tonight. And really, the big thing for me about this one, and I put the horse in slot in for second, not on top, but getting into that condition claiming rank for the first time. When a horse gets tagged for the first time, they're not racing against, in a class where they could face anybody, even if it's only non-winners of one or non-winners of 5,000 life. They're the horse without price tags. You can face anyone in there. These horses have all been racing in and around this level for quite a while. He's the new one on the block, and he got the job done with Jason Ryan on the bike.
Of course, another factor we just saw there was that the horse that made the front was the one that was able to make it all the way. Delaware flashed that gate speed last time out at Georgian Downs, went to the front, and on the half-mile track here, with the way the speed has been holding up, that probably was the handicapping angle.
Definitely. 28-1 though to the quarter. That's a big quarter for this class. 58-4, 128-4. I mean, those are honest fractions. They came home in 31 seconds, but that's all he really had to do. But you're right. Speed is king here, and you don't want to be taking too many that aren't going to be on the front.
Back in front of us is number 4, Delaware, a 3-year-old Holiday Road Bay colt owned by Ralph Spoltor III of Waterloo. Dag Henderson's the trainer. Jason Ryan, the winning drive. First win for Delaware, 159-4. The second race payouts for Delaware, 980, 420, 430. 6PL Oscar, 610, 380. One got the touch, 330. $2 exactor, $53.90 try, $188.85 super, 601.95. And the double of 2 and 4, $17.90. Fans note in race number 10, we have a driver change and one ongoing royalty. James McDonald will drive. That's race 10, one ongoing royalty, James McDonald. The second race, order of finish from the top, 365142. That's 365142.
All right, folks, moving on to race number 3. Still alive in my pick 5 ticket. Let's hope we can keep it going. Let's hope you're alive too. I know Gary's going to be cheering for us. He's out, but he'll be cheering for us because he's such a team player here in race number 3. Fillion Mares now is a 22.50 last 3. And, well, my top selection is not going to be our best result in the pick 5. That's for sure. because Happy Looker, number one, is going to probably go off as the favorite. And if you've been with us all season, you'll know that I have picked this horse on many of occasions. And, well, I don't even know if I was in her corner the night that she won. That's 5-1. She's hit the board in 6 of 10. Typically always races well. Gets into trouble sometimes. Ends up, getting difficult trips, first over, or, has been locked in a couple of times. But Happy Looker to me is the one to beat in here, especially from that pole position. But again, just one win in 10 so far this season. But really, when you look at the whole field, they're kind of all in the same boat. So I'm happy to put Happy Looker on top, but she won't end up being our best result in the pick five, that's for sure, because we have the 1, 2, 3, and 4. In for second, which is number 2, Kit. Moving over from Mohawk Park, racing in the condition claiming ranks there. Last time, no shot from post 7, got away 10th, ended up closing to finish 6th, and now comes over here to Grand River to work from post 2. Last time over here in a similar class, finished second by a wide margin to Maddie's credit, who was a real strong winner on that occasion. Kid is one that I think has a chance in here. Should be able to get away a lot better from post 2 rather than with the post that she's been leaving from, even though it's been at a bigger surface at Mohawk Park. Scott Young aboard. I'm thinking he can probably work out a good trip for Kit tonight. Maybe get the better of them in the stretch. Right now, 3-1 on the board. Number 2, Kit. Number 4, Dress to the Nines. Last time at Georgian Downs, hours of 2,900 last 3, finished third, went an overland journey against Custard Light. I wouldn't mind betting Custard Light against this group. So I think Dress to the Nines right now is an overlay at 11-1. One that's, should get some consideration. Last time racing here in similar classes, wasn't really doing all that well. Had a few third place finishes actually, but that one, I guess the one that kind of stands out the page as a poor effort was from post 7. So post 4 isn't the worst spot to start from. Dress to the Nines to me right now is a value play at 12-1. Number 3, Insincerity. This 12-year-old mare, over 380,000 made in her life, 59 lifetime wins. I think one that's, last time had an inside trip, ended up finishing 4th. And maybe that's kind of what the MO should be again tonight from the same post position. Not sure, I use this one of my pick 5, so I think that she's got a chance to win, most likely probably because she's been a winning horse throughout her career, but she is only, 3 for 49 over the last 2 seasons. But I do have her on my ticket, and 4-1 on the board right now, though, for me would be a bit of an underlay. She'd be one I was using as a bust-out horse. So, but I'm sticking with Happy Looker on top. Not her best result for the pick 5. 1-2 on the board right now. I think she'll be tough to beat. But what is the trip she'll get tonight? That is the question. They're moving on to the track for race number 3. Start of our early pick 4. We'll come back and talk about a little more with Gary Guy after the post break.
On parade for the third one, Happy Looker. Aaron Byron for Mark Winnicott, Donald Smith, and Donna Parker. And number 2 is Kit Scott Young for James Dean and Wilma and James McKenzie. Number 3 is Insincerity, Scott Quilliver, William Ham. 4 is Dress to the Nines, Paul McKenzie for David Fry and Stuart Bolander. 5 is Trizzle Trazzle, Brett McDonough for Todd Ratchford and ECS Racing. Number 6, Woodmere Wild Style, Tyler Borth for Gord McDonnell and Douglas Good. And number 7, Double T Gurr, Bruce Richardson for Peter Finnegan and Peggy Finnegan. It's a field of 7, race number 3. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, right away, will be taking a look at one Happy Looker. I toyed with the idea of taking this one alone on the pick 5. It's a moot point now, but Happy Looker, to me, drops in class also inside post position. I think it's time for Happy Looker to double up in the win column this year.
I think so too. Right now, we get to see her scoring down into this first turn, looking good on the track right now. pole position, and I think she's going to push out for sure. She's got enough speed that she can get away well, maybe especially against this group, and I don't see her getting away worse than second off the gate, and might even remove pretty quickly. 3 to 5 on the board right now, definitely the one to beat in my opinion. I did go 4 deep because 1 for 10 in the season. Maybe there's some adversity in the trip and someone gets the better of her, and I felt really strongly about my 2 singles.
The only other one that I used on the pick five, number 2, Kit, is the one that I worried about, and yet we're talking about a horse that's got 1 win in the past 36, but also has a reason to be better, gets away from Mohawk. The last 2 times we saw this one here had inside posts and got away in the pocket. We know that there's a gate speed on the half-mile track. We haven't been seeing it at Mohawk, but they've been outside posts. I think Kit could be in for a big turnaround, 9-2.
I think so too. We've seen a lot of horses make the transition from Mohawk Park to Grand River, and obviously perform better racing in that condition claiming class there. It's a pretty solid class that they go pretty big miles, right, on the bigger surface there, and Kit's going to enjoy getting to come over here and not have to travel that fast. The second, to Maddie's credit, she got beat by a wide margin here on July the 7th, but the thing about it is that Maddie's credit was incredible on that evening. So I thought Kit raced okay when I looked at the replay from back there. That's the best form reference you can really use because it measures up well against this class. I do think that she is a clear-cut one to use for the second spot. But maybe, who knows, with the right trip, she can get the job done.
Number 4, Dressed to the Nines, is one that's, 0 in the top 2 on the year in 15 starts. But the barn has decent numbers, and Dressed to the Nines, thing to note, that last race really came a strong back half, 56 seconds. And actually, even the start before that wasn't that bad in the back half. But that last one in the back half, that was a very strong effort. Maybe Dressed to the Nines is pointed in the right direction.
Yeah, that was my logic, Gary, in using this one in the pick 5 and putting her in the third spot. Is that I looked back at those races at Grand River, and you look though, you see Catch an Ace on there, finishing third to that one, and third to Maddie's credit and behind Kit. I said, okay, well those aren't terrible form references. But then I watched that last race, and I thought it was a really solid effort in finishing third to Custard Light. I think Custard Light's a pretty decent mare in her own right, and only got beat 4 lengths there, and like you mentioned, came back half of 56 seconds. So I think Dressed to the Nines is trending in the right direction. She is 0 for 15, and like you mentioned, has not even hit the top 2 in those 15 starts. But you know what? This might be a class where she can get back into the win column.
Number 3, Insincerity, could be really interesting. 59 career wins, but only 3 in the past 2 seasons. But that last race was a nice improvement, and also the speed, 55-4, is the quickest in a while for Insincerity. Veteran mare that knows how to win, and maybe Insincerity is also one that's sitting on a better effort here.
You never know, really, too, when like a 12-year-old mare like Insincerity, who's been, a pretty big-time winner throughout her career with 59 lifetime wins, might jump up and get the job done, right? It's not like she's forgotten, how to find the winner's circle, and she could do that. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. That's why I put her on my pick 5 ticket. She works from post 3. She did last time. She got beat, by a few lengths anyways after an inside trip. Maybe she steps up tonight, but she's definitely one you have to use in the exotics.
And number 6, Whitmere Wild Style. If you're looking for a horse at a price to get on to the exotics ticket to help it, 15-1, and at least shows 55 and 3 mile last time out, and had a good 56 and 3 middle half. Did drop off a little bit in the late going, but not a ton. 29-second third panel. Actually was able to close ground from the top of the stretch home. Whitmere Wild Style, 17-1 now.
Yeah, dropping in class too, right? So class dropper, that's not really getting much respect on the board. It's 17-1, and close ground, in that mile. Ended up losing a couple of positions late, but still closed some ground. So Whitmere Wild Style might be one you want to use in the exotics for sure.
Yeah, it is currently sitting at 17-1, but number 1, Happy Looker, as expected, the 4-5 favorite, and 2, Kit, is 5-2. It is Happy Looker hitting Insincerity to the inside of the center, Dressed to the Nines, and Triple Trazzle. On the outside, Whitmere Wild Style and Double T Girl. Field of 7, race number 3. They've reached The start and thereof. It is Kit and Happy Looker, dressed to the nines, Drizzle Trazzle, and in sincerity as the field works on around the turn. Kit is able to grab the lead, though, and then it's dressed to the nines, and marching is Drizzle Trazzle as the field works their way into the backstretch. Drizzle Trazzle is coming on, and Drizzle Trazzle is going to come on and grab the front. Kit is second, racing third. Happy Looker at 2-5. Dressed to the nines is fourth, and then in sincerity. And Kit is going to reclaim the lead. And then it is back to the trailing pair, Woodmere Wild Style and Double Tiger. It is Kit back on top. Here comes Happy Looker right now and looking to rush up and want to grab the lead. 27-2 is the opening quarter. It is Happy Looker who's come on to grab the front as they race off the turn coming on towards us. A lot of action early in this one. Dressed to the nines has popped out already. Kit is on the inside, 2 1/4 lengths back. Racing for his Drizzle Trazzle. In Sincerity has popped out. Then it is Woodmere Wild Style and Double Tiger. 55-4. A strong half for this class. They work into the backstretch. Happy Looker's got the lead. Kit is right there in the pocket. Dressed to the nines is chipping away on the outside as they work their way on down the backstretch, and then on the inside, Drizzle Trazzle. In Sincerity is spotted second over, gets a little closer than Woodmere Wild Style and Double Tiger. Happy Looker's getting some urging by Aaron Byron, and now has got a lead at 2, has stretched it a little bit, 3/4, 125-1, a 29 2/3 panel, and Happy Looker still looking good. Leads it by 2 1/4. Kit his second. Here comes Woodmere Wild Style with a wild move on the outside, 3 wide, and has come on to grab third. And then Drizzle Trazzle. They come on down the lane, and it is Happy Looker who we're going to be looking at in the winner circle momentarily. And then Kit trying to hold on to second and will do so. Woodmere Wild Style and Dressed to the nines. But it was a mile of 155-1 for Happy Looker and Aaron Byron. And that was an interesting race early, and also I love the move of Aaron Byron to quickly move up when 2 Kit was able to grab the lead from 5 Drizzle Trazzle.
Yeah, when the give and go happened between Kit and Drizzle Trazzle, Aaron got right on Kit's helmet because he did not want to get caught in, and he wanted to get to the lead as quick as possible. When you're on the best horse in the race and the class of the race, like you identified Gary saying, facing much easier, you want to be on the front end. You don't want to, leave any kind of room for a poor trip. And that's really been Happy Looker's Achilles heel. For many of those starts, it's been she ends up first over, she ends up locked in. Well, tonight there was none of that. She got to the front, and she had an insurmountable lead turning for home. I got a little bit concerned with Woodmere Wild Style, making that big move from the back, but you could see that Aaron Byron was home and cooled aboard Happy Looker.
Yeah, and I thought it was also the timing of that move by Aaron Byron, because if you come a little bit later, the horse on the lead says, no, I got the front. But if you come quickly, it's right at the time when the horse makes the lead and is thinking of trying to kind of back it down a little bit. So you got to time the move, and it was timed perfectly.
Yeah, definitely. And if he decides not to back it down there, well, he's just exerted, his mare to get to the lead, and then again trying to hold that one off. So that likely wasn't going to happen. And Aaron got Happy Looker to the lead, and they kind of ran out in a pretty formful way.
Well, nice that 6 Woodmere Wild Style could come on at 25-1 to finish third in front of Dressed to the 9. So it's a 1-2-6-4. Back in front of us is the winner of race 3, 1 Happy Looker, a 4-year-old He's Watching bay mare, owned by Donald Smith and Donna Parker. Mark Winnicott's the trainer. Aaron Byron is the winning driver. It's the second win this year, 5th lifetime. Happy Looker, 155-1. The third race payouts: 1 Happy Looker, 280, 260, 210, 2 Kit, 340, 290, 6 Woodmere Wild Style, 370, $2 exactor is $7.40. The dollar try 28.05. The dollar super 86.30. The third race order of finish from the top. 1274536. That's 1274536.
All right, it's time to take a look at race number 4. We've got trotters, non-winners of 20,000 life. And I'm going to one in here that I've been on many times this season here at Grand River. And now Zoe's Choice makes her return to the half-mile oval here after 2 starts over at Georgian Downs. And I thought that she raced really well last time. Looked like one that was going to be a winner before actually getting beat by the one that she got past from the first over position to lose by a neck on the wire. But she's one that has been very versatile because she had a race here where she lived first over to end up getting the job done, and has proven that she can kind of handle that trip. And I think that, with that versatility, it makes her very dangerous in here. 3-1 on the board right now. I see that I'm the only handicapper that puts her on top, but I just think that Zoe's Choice is one that is a promising 3-year-old filly. She's hit the board in 6 of 9 this season. She's won 3 of those contests, and for me, that's where I want to land in this event, and that's why I put her on top at 3-1. We do have 5 horses alive in our pick 5 ticket, the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So some bigger prices on the board that we'd be cheering for that ticket. But Zoe's Choice is my top selection in this 4th race. And for second, number 2, I Own a Dream. Last time certainly surprised me and impressed me in this class from post 2, the same post that she has tonight. She went to the front, and she went a long way on that lead before just getting picked up by a head on the wire by the heavily favored Lady Titan, who won 2 in a row at this level. And now maybe she can do the same thing again tonight. We see the speed is still working out great here at Grand River, and maybe I Own a Dream goes to the front once again, and who knows, maybe they don't catch her this time. I think she's one you have to have on your ticket, whether it be, a multi-leg ticket or your exotics. 3-1 on the board looks like a pretty good price right now. I thought I Own a Dream would take a lot more support, and that's why I thought it was Zoe's Choice. Right now, they're 3-1 and 4-1. That's actually pretty good prices on both those fillies in here. I see that Gary and Ken both went to I Own a Dream on top. And for third, number 1, Heavy Duty. Returned to Grand River last time with a nice effort. Came to the outside, went overland, and almost came around them to win. Only got beat half a length to Horoscope at this level. And we saw this one earlier in the season actually break his maiden here at Grand River. And has raced pretty well since. 3 wins out of 8 on the season, 5 in the top 2. So one that certainly merits consideration here in this 4th race. And 5-1 on the board, I think's pretty good value opportunity at number 1, Heavy Duty. But it's still early. Come post time, that price might go down, and I expect it should, because I thought Heavy Duty raced pretty well last time. And if you look there, he's been no worse than second in his last 3, stringing together some nice efforts. And then in for the 4th spot, number 5, Sweet Ambitions, one that made a break last time, still ended up finishing respectively in 6th, getting beat just under 4 lengths, and I thought would provide some value on the board, but right now we're not seeing that at 2-1. Anyways, the Trotters moving out onto the track, but we'll talk about this race a little further with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 4th on parade 1, Heavy Duty. Teleporth for Natalie Elliott. Number 2 is I Own a Dream, Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant and Triple S Equine. 3 is Zoe's Choice, Matthew Baxter, John Bax, and Glengate Farms and Back Stable. And number 4 is Archway Lucky, Wayne Henry for George Henry and William Sheckley. Number 5 is Sweet Ambitions, Travis Henry for Jason McGinnis in the stable. And number 6 is Off-Road Hanover Scotty Calder for Dr. John Chandler. And number 7 is All the Tremens, Jamie Renault for Julie Walker and Steve Mihalik. It is Incredible Holly, Brett McDonough for Steve Charlton and Calvin Larkin and Erica Bradley. And number 9 is Last Shot. It is Scott Young for Brittany Kennedy. Well, let's get a look at this field, and we're going to start right away with number 3, Zoe's Choice, and Matthew Bax for John Bax. And yeah, you have to love that last effort at Georgian Downs, one to build on because battled hard. And also, Zoe's Choice is 5 out of 9 in the top 2 on the year. Rob, your top pick in here. Zoe's Choice is on the track and is a good-looking filly.
Yeah, she is a good-looking filly, and I just have always loved her pre-race appearances. Earlier in the season here at Grand River, I was on this one quite a few times, and she raced fantastic in many efforts here. And that last one caught my eye again. I actually watched the replay a couple times. It's not often you see a horse battle first over, clear the lead, and then still get beat by the one. She got clear of the horse that was leading, and then that one came back up the pylons to beat her at the wire. But I think that Zoe's Choice is one that right now at 5-1 is a pretty big overlay because I think she's a solid filly. And for me, when I look at this race pound for pound, I think that when it comes to one that can overcome versatility in the race, that for one that has versatility that can overcome adversity in the race, it is Zoe's Choice. And 5-1 to me right now doesn't make sense.
Number 2, Iona Dream, is one of the 6 that we have different on top. I have Iona Dream on top along with Ken Middleton. You got me in the first one that we had different. I'm just trying not to get shut out here. But Iona Dream, I think, is one that has a very solid shot in here. That was a good effort last time out and has the gate speed. Might well be the one that makes the front, although Heavy Duty can leave as well. Iona Dream, 9-5 on the board. Do you think Iona Dream can make the front, or is it Heavy Duty?
I think Iona Dream can make the front. I was very impressed with that leaving effort last time from this post. She blasted off the gate and, had all the speed throughout that and almost held off Lady Titan. Well, Lady Titan, if she was in here again, she'd be the heavy favorite again. So it's certainly not going in the wrong direction, Gary, when you're taking one that raced fantastic last time on the front end, will likely be in that spot again, riding the bias, and, just got beat by one that would probably be a heavy favorite in here again this time around if she were in here. So Iona Dream is one I put in for second. I thought she'd be taking more support. 2-1 right now on the board. She's the favorite, but I thought off that last effort she actually deserved to take more support than that.
Number 1, Heavy Duty. Here's a stat that you might not know. We had 23 consecutive races without a one-horse winning before Happy Looker scored in the third race there. We had to go all the way back to last Wednesday's 9th race in Kay's Shadow. Then we went Friday and Monday and a couple into Wednesday. Heavy Duty looks to make it back-to-back ones and could at least maybe be a trip horse.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Heavy Duty winning here. And I actually made a mistake earlier. I mentioned that he broke his maiden here at Grand River. It was actually a Sarnia by a wide margin, then came here in his second start and actually gritted out a very difficult trip first over to get the job done. Heavy Duty, I thought, raced really well last time, almost getting there against Horoscope, and was one that I think I used in the bottom spots, but kind of overlooked him on that occasion. 7-1 on the board right now on Heavy Duty might be the value on that entire odds board.
And a quick last thought on 5 Sweet Ambitions, but I don't like the 3-1.
Yeah, the 3-1 for me is a big deterrent right now. I thought this one might be a bit of a price play in here. Like the recovery last time to finish 6th, but I can't get behind 3-1 on a horse that last time was 8-1 and made a break.
It is a field of 9 for race number 4, taking up their positions. It's Heavy Duty, Iona Dream, and Zoe's Choice on the inside. In the center, Arch We Lucky and Sweet Ambitions to the outside. It's Off-Road, Hanover All the Dremmons, and Incredible Holly. Second tier, last shot. It's a field of 9 for the 4th. They're in the stretch drive. They're at the start of the rough. Heavy Duty and Iona Dream and Arch We Lucky and Sweet Ambitions. Heavy Duty on the inside. Iona Dream and off stride went last shot. It is Heavy Duty who's got the lead, but Iona Dream racing second is going to be forced to take back and find the pocket. Arch We Lucky third. Zoe's Choice is racing fourth. Then it is Sweet Ambitions and Off-Road Hanover and all the Dremmons and Incredible Holly. It's Heavy Duty who's got the lead as they race their way up to the opening quarter. Heavy Duty and Tyler Borth has a lead of a length and a half. Iona Dream owns the pocket, and Arch We Lucky third. 28-4 was the opening quarter, and then Zoe's Choice is racing fourth, and then it's fifth. Sweet Ambitions in front of Off-Road Hanover. All the Trimmins and Incredible Holly, and Zoe's Choice took out quickly from fourth to come first up. Heavy Duty leads as they come off the turn. Zoe's Choice to the outside. Iona Dream is on the inside and is filling the pocket and moving up now. Sweet Ambitions is spotted second over and is grabbed fourth, and fifth is Arch We Lucky. Then it is Off-Road Hanover. All the Trimmins to the inside. Incredible Holly to the outside. 59-4 halftime. 31 seconds, second panel breather. Heavy Duty. Iona Dream tight in the pocket. Zoe's Choice is trying it first up and getting a little closer and is about a length and a quarter back. Inside, Iona Dream is still there, owning the pocket. Then it is Arch We Lucky. Sweet Ambitions to the outside. Off-Road Hanover 3 wide from the backfield. Then all the Trimmins. An Incredible Holly. It is Heavy Duty as they muscle on to 3/4 and by 3/4 they go. 129-4, 32nd, third panel. It is Heavy Duty. Zoe's Choice grinding. Iona Dream and Paul McKenzie looking for the passing lane. And Arch We Lucky has moved up and is racing for the turn for home. And it is Heavy Duty as they come on down the lane. Heavy Duty up the inside. Iona Dream into the outside. Zoe's Choice, but Heavy Duty with a heavy duty effort all the way on top. Zoe's Choice, and then it was Iona Dream. And Arch We Lucky won 59-2. Heavy Duty back-to-back ones after that dry spell, and Heavy Duty was legit. I think that 31-second second panel might have been the key there.
Big time. Heavy Duty, huge gate speed off the gate there. I thought that Iona Dream, you asked the question, can Iona Dream get past this one? I thought that she might be able to. Well, we found out very quickly that was not happening. Tyler Borth wanted the front with Heavy Duty, and this gelding was charged up for a big effort tonight because he just raced fantastic, really did. Like, looked smooth out there. This is one that I've noticed in the past, maybe put an odd step in or two. Didn't see it tonight. It looked like he was just all business. Zoe's Choice went first over. She lives out there, doesn't she? I mean, we've seen so many efforts where she goes first over and just keeps on grinding. She did it again tonight. Just got beat by one that was extremely well meant and still finished second. Under the wire, going a big trip. So it ended up being, the inside 3 horses. Arch We Lucky completes the super at a price, but very nice effort by Heavy Duty.
Well, we both had the right 3, but the wrong order. And Heavy Duty, that was the post position 1 also, making some speed on the inside. We've noticed that earlier in the year as well, and all through this season, that just that little extra boost you get from post 1 heading into the turn.
Yeah, big time. Like, the post advantage, and really, I look back actually after I saw him leave like that and said, well, post 10 at Mohawk Park, and he had to lead by 3 lengths of the quarter. I guess I should have probably thought that Iona Dream might have a harder time clearing to the lead, Gary.
It's a 1-3-2-4, and back in front of us is the winner of race number 4. It's one Heavy Duty, a 3-year-old Holiday Road Bay gelding, owned by Natalie Elliott. Trained by Tyler Borth, and Tyler's also the winning driver. It is a 4th win this year in lifetime for Heavy Duty. 159-2. The 4th race payouts: 1 Heavy Duty, 850-420, 263. Zoe's Choice, 360, 252. Iona Dream, 270. $2 exactor, $21.50 try, $29.45. The dollar super, $100, $25.70. Fans noted race number 6, number 1, Chocolate Milk Toast. The driver to be announced. Race 6, 1, Chocolate Milk Toast, TBA. Fans noted race number 6, the driver changed 1, Chocolate Milk Toast to Scotty Coulter. Scotty Coulter drives 1, Chocolate Milk Toast in the 6th. The 4th race order finish from the top: 1, 3, 2, 4, 6, 8, 5, 7, 9. That's 1, 3, 2, 4, 6, 8, 5, 7, 9.
All right, folks. Well, it's time for our first of 2 co-main events on the card. OSS Gold Fillies on the trot. And it's also the money leg in our pick 5. And well, we're still alive in our pick 5 wager to number 5 HP Mama B, but it's only paying just under $31. So if it wins, we would get, just under double our money. And we're still eating on the value menu, unfortunately. But hey, a winner would be a winner. So let's still try to get that one home. This is a nice race here for 3-year-old fillies vying for gold. But number 5, HP Mama B, has really asserted her dominance in the division. And you're going to say, well, she got beat 2 back to I'm Extra Special. Well, she's in the other division. But also, she had post 11 at Mohawk Park on that occasion, and that is a extremely difficult post to operate from, because with the new slanted gate, the pole position, the rail already has a difficult time of it, and then you're following that horse, and this one ended up going overland before finishing second, and 4-7 on the season, has hit the board in all 7 of her efforts. She beat older horses in her most recent anomalous of 5. HP Mama B is just ticking all the boxes. She was the grassroots champion at 2, and I think she has a very strong chance of being the super final champion at 3 if she keeps on going the way she is. She is my top selection. I didn't want to go against her, and I think she'll be able to handle the service here at Grand River just fine. Number 4, Up and Ready, the obvious second choice for myself and for many, I'm sure. This is one that certainly knows her way around a half-mile track. She's done it quite a few times in the past successfully. Just 2 wins in her career so far, but she's got almost $300,000 in the bank, and one that is always getting a piece of it when she is in these gold events, and did win one at Mohawk Park by 3 lengths earlier in the season. So Up and Ready is the I guess you'd say the main danger to number 5, HP Mama B, and to me, they're the 2 that stand out above the rest. Number 2, You Will Be Queen, is one that I do like on the ticket for a price play. And last time, post 10, never really got into the race when I'm Extra Special got the job done at Mohawk Park. But one that might be kind of warming up to a better result. I like the fact that she's got post 2 to work from tonight. She's done well over a half before. Maybe she finds her 2-year-old form and hits the ticket tonight at 15-1. And then number 3, Dashing Muscle, one that hasn't really found her best stride yet either this season, after being in the top 2 out of 5 of 7 last year at 2, but maybe does that tonight. Right now, 7-1 on the board. I'd need that price or more if I was going to bet that one to win. But I see the 3-year-old fillies are making their way out onto the track. And after the post parade, we'll come right back and talk about it more with Gary Guy.
Field for race number 5 on parade. One Life on the Slammer and Matthew Baxter, John Bax and Bax Stable at Glengate Farms and Aaron Bradley and Gaelic Stable. Number 2, You Will Be Queen. Dustin Jones drives and trains and partners with A Bear Horses. Number 3, Dashing Muscle. James McDonough for Chantel Mitchell and James Armitage. And Ottawa Valley Racing Stable 2. Number 4 is Up and Ready. Doug McNair for John Bax and Al Libvelden. Marvin and Lynn Katz and Sam Goldband. And 5 is HP Mama B. Sylvain Fillion for Benoit Baillargeon and Guy Picard and Celine Paquin. And number 6, Dice Centra, Bob Clover, Luke Blaine, Determination. And number 7, Meadowview Lily, Mark Etzel for Meadowview Farms. Field of 7, OSS First Gold Division for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Let's get a look at this field. We'll look at number 5, HP Mama B, one that really blossomed this year, although did win the grassroots final last year, but now in the golds, $169,000 on the year. That's just $2,000 less than I'm Extra Special, who's 171, and also did beat I'm Extra Special once. HP Mama B, that win was at Woodbine back on Canada Day in a gold, but HB Mama B definitely looks the part and looks sharp on the track, right?
Yeah, it definitely looks sharp on the track. And the only concern I guess you'd have is in a grassroots event here last year, she did make a break in stride late to finish second. I don't really know if it was that she didn't like the turns or the service, more so maybe just a tiring break. It was one where she finished second by a wide margin to I'm Extra Special. But like you said, Gary, she's evolved into something much better this season. She's been the dominant force in this division, and I think that she proclaims that once again. And right now, 9-5 on the board, that price is going to be a temporary one because I think she'll be well below even money come post time.
There's up next, number 4, Up and Ready, and Doug McNair. Now, if you go look back at 2 races back, OSS Gold, post 9 and parking early. And the only 2 that were able to beat her, I'm Extra Special and HP Mama B. And she was third, beaten a length and a quarter, and came home 27-4. Up and Ready is one that could be possibly ready for a bit of an upset, 7-2.
Yeah, just 2 for 16 lifetime, but lots of money in the bank. And she's hit the board in 13 of those 16 starts. And keep in mind, it's been mostly against stakes companies. So Up and Ready is a really nice filly in her own right. And I would say that if you were looking to beat HP Mama B, Up and Ready is one that's should be steady on her feet over this surface. She hasn't really put in a step on the shorter surfaces, whether it be here or at Georgian Downs. 3-1 on the board. I would say that's probably about the right price. I thought that we would see HP Mama B be a real short price and maybe Up and Ready be 5-2 or 3-1, and the rest of them should all be a lot longer. And I think that's the way it'll play out come post time.
Number 2, You Will Be Queen, was in behind Up and Ready, 4th in the last Gold. It was 4th in a conditioned class behind I'm Extra Special, HP Mama B, and Up and Ready. So You Will Be Queen is one that could be interesting. Better post also. That was post 2, and now that last one, post 10. Now back on post 2.
Yeah, I'm okay to just toss out her last, and I don't think the lines, prior to that are that are not that bad, really, to be honest. And I look back to last season, and she was a real strong one in the 2-year-old Gold division, and she raced beyond that too, made the final the peaceful way, and got a big share of it in there. I'm kind of waiting for this one to find her best form, and maybe it's here tonight from post 2 on the half-mile surface, 24-1. Definitely a price that I'm willing to take, especially in the trifecta and superfecta.
Now, I tell you right now, the one that I would like to take on the board right now with the odds, if they held, is 3 Dashing Muscle at 7-1, because at Georgian Downs in the middle of July in an OSS Gold, fired to the front and finished as second to I'm Extra Special, did all the work, beaten a length. And Dashing Muscle has all kinds of early dash speed. Maybe that last race, after making a break in a Gold 2 back, post 10 was eased around the track. But Dashing Muscle, we've seen the importance of speed on the half-mile track. Dashing Muscle, don't fall asleep on James McDonald at 8-1.
Yeah, James McDonald, there's no one hotter on the planet, that's for sure. And Dashing Muscle's another one that if she comes back to her form at 2, then she certainly has a big chance in here, and you're getting 8-1 on the board. So definitely can't go wrong taking that number on a horse if you want to take a shot. But again, I think we'll both agree that HP Mama B is the one to beat. And I'm surprised she's holding it even money, to be perfectly honest.
And I do think at least Dashing Muscle is the value play on the board at 8-1. Can you concur with that?
Yeah, I'd say value play. I have a concern with Dashing Muscle getting around the half. To be, in my opinion, I'm not sold on that. So that's why I would steer clear.
Well, we'll see how it unfolds, because the 5th race, field of 7 OSS Gold 3-year-old trotting fillies taking up position. Life in the Slammer, You Will Be Queen on the inside, Dashing Muscle Up and Ready, and HB Mama B. In the center, Dicentra, Meadowview Lily to the outside as the field is turning into the stretch drive. Here they come. It's a field of 7 for race number 5, and they're at the start of the ride. Dashing Muscle, HP Mama B, Up and Ready, and down to the inside, You Will Be Queen. You Will Be Queen has the lead. Dashing Muscle continues to dash around the turn, and now is going to take back and find the pocket. In behind, You Will Be Queen. Up and Ready is racing, still working on the outside, and is pressing on. Dashing Muscle made a break in stride. Up and ready now is taken second. HP Mama B is still caught on the outside as Life in the Slammer moves up along the inside and is leaving HP Mama B caught on the outside, racing a third. Life in the Slammer is fourth, and then it is Dicentra, Meadowview Lily, and Dashing Muscle. And now it's going to be HP Mama B forced to drive on and try to sprint up to the lead, and is coming with authority on the outside. Is stretched up nicely and is charging up alongside You Will Be Queen as they race off the turn. And it is HP Mama B and Sylvain Filion who's got the lead. You Will Be Queen second. Up and ready third. Halftime off that 27-4 opening quarter was 56-2. That is a sharp half as the field works their way on into the backstretch, and it is HP Mama B. You Will Be Queens racing second. Up and ready is popping to the outside, but it's still HP Mama B. Life in the Slammer on the inside. Dicentra is racing fifth, and then Meadowview Lily. And it is HP Mama B as they hustle on towards three quarters. Still leads it by 2 1/4. You Will Be Queen is second. Up and ready on the outside third. Trying to close the gap, but is coming a bit, but still has lots of work to do. And now drops down to the inside. And Dicentra is kicking in late, is about 6 off the lead. And then Life in the Slammer, three quarters, 125-3 as the field turns for home, and it is HP Mama B as they come on down the lane. Gets a little bit of urging, still has a lead of 3 though. HP Mama B as they come on to the finish is slowing the finish, but it really won't matter. It's HP Mama B. You Will Be Queen. Dicentra came on to pick up third, and then fourth is Up and Ready. HP Mama B in 155-1 takes the OSS gold for 3-year-old trotting fillies.
I'm going to say it again, Gary. I can't believe this horse went off at even money. I really can't. That's some value. I don't want to be a guy that takes even money or takes favorites on top, but this price at even money I think was actually an overlay. I thought she'd go off at 2 to 5 in here at best. I know they're 3-year-old filly trotters, but I'm pretty excited to see the horse land second. You Will Be Queen. I thought that she was the one that had every right to really step up and return to form in here from a favorable post position. And I love the fact that Dustin Jones handled this one aggressively to land second at a real big price at 35-1. And the exacta probable on this one here is $61. Pretty hard to get that off a horse like HP Mama B.
And it is a new track record as well. It's 55-1 that beats it by 3/5 of a second. And it certainly wasn't an easy one because kind of got a little bit hung out there. Life in the Slammer kind of slammed left 5, hung to the outside, but it didn't seem to matter at all.
No, it didn't seem to matter. HP Mama B she raced the way she's raced all season. She's been gritty and she's overcome adversity. Like last time from the second tier, I mean, finishing second on that occasion was an incredible effort. Like you mentioned, new track record here tonight. Of course, one that is you got to put a big circle around for when the super finals come up because she's been dominating the division for most of the season.
Well, I love the fact that you took the 2 on your top 3, and you get a 35-1 shot onto the exactor. A 5-2-6-4 exactor. Back in front of us is number 5, HP Mama B, a 3-year-old royalty for life brown filly, owned by Guylain Picard and Sully Pacouet. Benoit Erja is the trainer. Sylvain Filion, the winning driver. It's the 5th win this year, 9th lifetime. HP Mama B, 155-1. A new track record for a 3-year-old trotting filly. the fifth race payouts. Number 5, HP Mama B, 410, 320, 220. 2, You Will Be Queen, 970 and 380. And 6 Dice Centra, 550. $2 exactor, 68.80. Dollar Try, 103.60. Dollar Super, 473.25. The fifth race. Order of finish from the top. 5274136. That's 5274136.
What a performance by HP Mama B, 155-1, new track record and Canadian record for that filly, and she just keeps on winning. Fantastic performance. But guess what? Now it's time for race number 6. It's the money leg of the pick 4. So if you're still alive in that wager, good luck. It's also, though, our super high 5, one of my favorite wagers here at Grand River Raceway, and they usually pay out very well. And we've got a good field here for that super high 5. We got fillies and mares claimers. It is a handicap event for a price tag of $10,500, $12,500, and $15,000. And I did go to number 2, Senior Beach Babe, as my top selection, looking for some value here. Right now we're getting it at 7-2. This one got claimed 3 starts back by Bruce Goit, and tried the fillies and mare preferred 3 class here. Didn't have much luck. Did pick up a small share. Last time I thought this one would blast out to the early lead from post 2. Got away third. Kind of didn't do much before fading out of it. I'm going to go back to this one. I don't want to, sit back and watch one be a Robert off angle and her go out and win and pay handsomely. She's 7-2 in the board. I'm putting her on top again from another favorable post. And this time we get Trevor Henry aboard, and we've seen when Trevor comes here, he means business. I think he's going to send this one on or near the lead, and maybe she can get the job done and return to that form we saw 3 starts back when she was a winner at this level. And for second, number 8, Watch Me Dance. Well, this one was incredible last time, was a winner in that contest that my top selection comes out of. Had post 4. It was first start for Gerard Demers. And Trevor Henry was aboard on that occasion, and this horse won by 11.5 lengths and just did it easy. But now you got post 8. Paul McKenzie, Demers' usual driver, will be aboard, and that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. It's just the post. Post 8 is so much more difficult here at Grand River Raceway, and I'm just not sure how the trip works out for Watch Me Dance tonight. Big-time performance last time. It just really depends on what the trip's going to be. I put her in the second spot. Wouldn't be surprised to see if she wins, but it's going to all come down to trip scenario. In for third, number 5, Erica's Shadow. Comes right back in the same class. Last time had post 6. The time before that, post 8. Now post 5. She's one that we've seen race really well here. I see every handicapper's putting her on top. She's the big favorite in the pick 4. I get it, but last time, she never really got into the race, and it was a difficult race to get into, obviously, against In the News. But I just think that, maybe she's a bit vulnerable tonight. I put her in the third spot. I wouldn't be surprised to see her win, but I wouldn't take a short price on her. Right now, she's 3-1, but that price should drop come post time. Number 3, Rosella is another one I like in the 4th spot of that super high 5 wager. Think she can maybe close into it to get a piece of it. And then number 6, How McFeisty. Last time finished 3rd at this level. Maybe she can land somewhere on the ticket as well. Right now, the price is 22-1. Pretty solid one on number 6, How McFeisty. But we'll come back and take a closer look at the super high 5 event, or as Gary likes to call it, the Pentafecta, after the post break.
Field for the 6th on parade. 1, Chocolate Milk Toast. Scotty Colliver, Sean Hyatt, and Gary Bickford. Number 2, Senior Beach Babe, Trevor Henry for Bruce Goit and Allison Hepburn. And 3 is Rosella, Brent McDonough, Daryl Laver, and Leanne Davidson, and John Webb. And number 4, If You Knew Susie, Colin Keller for Kyle Bossens and Daryl Newbicking. 5 is Erica's Shadow, Travis Cullen for Rachel Andrew. Number 6, How McFeisty, James McDonough for Russ Ellis and Steve Adams. 7 is OK Jasmine, J.R. Plot for Stefan LaRock and Ken Roy Scaife and Ken Days. 8 is Watch Me Dance, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and GLD Incorporated. And number 9 is Artistic Meadow, Talmore for Mark McCormick. Field of 9, race number 6, The Pentafecta Super High Five. And Rob, I think it's a great race to have as a Super High Five because I think there's a lot of different angles that you could play in here. And I like the idea that you went completely different than Kenny and I with the 2 and the 8. And you know what? You must have really done your homework because I think you might be on the right page as well. Senior Beach Babe and Trevor Henry. You saw this one fire here 3 races ago, and Wyra Field for Jim Ellis, 56 and 2. And even that next one in the preferred 3. Maybe you didn't like 5th beat and 6, but 55 and 1 stacks up nicely here.
Yeah, I think so too, Gary. I like the way she looks on the track right now. I like what Trevor's doing. He's buzzing her around. I think this mare might need this. Now, I didn't see if she was doing this last time, but she certainly seemed a little bit dull to me in her latest effort. I expected her to blast off the gate on that occasion. It didn't happen. And then she just kind of stayed on the inside and just kind of faded. I think that if she can get back to that effort 3 starts back when she was a winner in here, it would make her pretty difficult to beat. Trevor Henry comes here and does very well, as you know. And it's interesting. He drove Watch Me Dance last time, and this time he's going to be on Senior Beach Babe. 5-2 on the board. Not seeing the value I was hoping for at present time, but I think she's got a big chance.
Number 8, Watch Me Dance. I didn't use this one, but I'll tell you, off that last line, I really badly wanted to, and I think you might be right. I think it's a mistake on my part to not find a way to put this one somewhere on the ticket. You've moved all the way up to second. That's brave from Post 8, but that was a really great effort, and the one before it was good as well.
It's difficult for me to do that, and I don't blame you at all for not using horse from the 8-hole, Gary. It's as you know, it's an impossible spot here at Grand River, but I kept looking at that last race saying, like, it was just so impressive. It really was, and it was first start demurs. This is now going to be second start for that outfit, and how does she get into the race? If she blasts off, well, it might be pretty busy doing that. She just really probably has to try to find a spot somewhere and then get into some kind of a flow. I just don't think that I could leave her off, somewhere on the trifecta at least, off that last performance. It was such a eye-catching one, and I think that with any kind of a trip, she should be right there again tonight.
There's number 5, Erica's Shadow. The reason why I use this one on top is I sometimes I like to get on when others are likely to get off. I thought there might be a better price. It is 3-1. I don't really think it's going to drop. I know it was well bet in the pick 4, Erica's Shadow, but Erica's Shadow, that last race might have concerned some people. And but look at the way she was before that. Man, she was good.
I don't mind that logic at all. Jumping on looking for value, especially when she's been hammered down, right? She's been the favorite in 4 of her last 5, and she was bet down even 2 back when she wasn't the favorite at 2-1. It's interesting because that pick 4 payout, she's bet down like she should be like even money in here based on the pick 4. And obviously, you're seeing 7-2 right now. I mean, she's the overwhelming favorite in that multi-leg pool, but holding right now at 7-2. Listen, you know me. I've got the utmost respect for this mare and the connections. If she rebounds in here, it would not surprise me one bit.
Rob, I quickly want to get into 2 more here. Number 3, Rosella, I think can be a fine closer, and was able to close last time out in this spot to finish second. Well beaten by Watch Me Dance. Rosella 7-1.
I've liked the movement by this mare. She's been one that kind of sits back and then makes a big move at them. We saw her get beat only by a head to Erica's Shadow, an $8,500 claimer, and she's grabbed a piece in the ticket in her last 2. I don't think she's one you can leave off with the post edge that she has over many of the contenders in here. And 7-1 on the board right now, I actually think that's value on Rosella.
Number 4, If You Knew Susie. I can't believe that we would be talking about right now a pick 5 with no If You Knew Susie on your top 5. If You Knew Susie, Colin Kelly, Kyle Boston's final thoughts.
Such a different class, though. This is a big time step up in class. I'm shocked she's 7-2. I love this horse. You know that. You've been on her many times too. I love the connections. This is like a monumental move upwards in class.
Well, we'll see if that's how it unfolds. Certainly she has been good, but facing tougher. We'll see if she can handle the tougher. That is If You Knew Susie. Right now sitting at 4-1. But Senior Beach Babe, Rob Stock pick is at 2-1 on the board. I have 5, Erica's Shadow at 7-2. It is Chocolate Milk Toast, Senior Beach Babe, and Roselle on the inside. If You Knew Susie, Erica's Shadow to the outside. Hummock Feisty, OK Jasmine, Watch Me Dance, and the second tier, Artistic Meadow. Field of 9, race number 6. They're at the start of the rough, and if you knew Susie is going to bolt out, Chocolate Milk Toast down to the inside, and Senior Beach Babe, Artistic Meadow. It's Chocolate Milk Toast and Scotty Coulter on the inside, but if you knew Susie is in search of the lead and is going to come on and clear to the front. Chocolate Milk Toast is second, Artistic Meadow third, Senior Beach Babe is fourth, and then it is How Mac Feisty, Rosella to the inside, Watch Me Dance on the outside. Then Erica's Shadow is 8th, and OK Jasmine is 9th and trailing the field. If you knew Susie and Colin Kelly. Opening quarter, 28 seconds. Chocolate Milk Toast is 2nd. Artistic Meadow 3rd. Now Senior Beach Babe is going to work to the outside, and right now is coming first up, and is giving cover to Watch Me Dance as they race their way. Off the turn, and they come on towards it. Then down to the inside is How Mac Feisty. Erica's Shadow is part of the outer flow, but has lots of work to do as they work their way on towards it. Down to the inside is Rosella, then OK Jasmine. Off a 28-second opening quarter. Artistic Meadow is now rushing up against If You Knew Susie. 57-2 is the halftime. And Artistic Meadow and If You Knew Susie, they duel. If You Knew Susie using that turn advantage to fight back against Artistic Meadow. Chocolate Milk Toast is racing third, then How Mac Feisty, and then it is Rosella. Out wide and coming is Watch Me Dance to the inside, OK Jasmine, and Erica's Shadow is second last, and Senior Beach Babe trails the field. Artistic Meadow at 30-1. Chocolate Milk Toast is racing second, and How Mac Feisty is third, and then racing fourth is If You Knew Susie, backing way to the inside, and Rosella now has come on and taken over fourth, and then it is OK Jasmine, Watch Me Dance, and Erica's Shadow. Artistic Meadow off 3/4, 125-2, and Chocolate Milk Toast on down the stretch drive they come. Artistic Meadow, How Mac Feisty up the inside. Artistic Meadow and How Mac Feisty. Artistic Meadow wins it. How Mac Feisty was second, then finishing the third was Chocolate Milk Toast, and then it was Rosella and OK Jasmine. 30-1 on the board. Artistic Meadow. The prices will be high, even if it pays out at all. Artistic Meadow and flying up the inside, Chocolate Milk Toast also at 18-1, Rob.
This is a very difficult one to have, Gary. If someone's got it, then wow, it's kudos to them because, yeah, this is bombs away, bomb central here. We got number 9, Artistic Meadow, getting the job done, and you know what? Great job by Tyler Moore. To kind of ambush If You Knew Susie. If You Knew Susie was making a huge jump up in class, and I don't think she was really herself in anyways. And when he got to the lead, he was going to be tough to beat, that's for sure. Chocolate Milk Toast got a really nice trip as well to get a piece of it to land third, and How Mac Feisty, coming up the passing lane late with James McDonald at a nice price as well. 16-1 to get second. So just bombs away throughout here. Senior Beach Babe did not fire, did not have it tonight again. Tried to go out. Actually was second over behind the winner. Wasn't able to advance. Watch Me Dance tried to make a move at some point. Number 8, it just didn't happen for her. And it was a real interesting race, really.
Well, number 6, How Mac Feisty, actually I misstated, was the one up the inside, and then Chocolate Milk Toast for third, but it's 30-1 on to 16-1 and on to 18-1. You did use 6 How Mac Feisty in the 5th spot, but second beaten only half a length. But that was an interesting dash, and also, If You Knew Susie did all the work early, but backed away, didn't handle the class.
Yeah, definitely. It was just, I think it's just a real tough spot to move up to this level. And look at OK Jasmine rounding out. Why not just throw a 45-1 shot on the bottom of it, right, Gary?
Oh, that's just a beautiful ticket, but you'd have to think that it probably isn't going to pay. But I want to see the handicapper who has 96137. And back in front of us is 9 Artistic Meadows, 7-year-old Artistic Fella Bay mare, owned by Mark McCormick. Mark sells to the trainer. Tyler Moore is the winning driver. Mile of 1:54-2. The sixth race payouts: 9 Artistic Meadow, 62.90, $25 and 7.10. 6 Halmac Feisty, 18.50 and 7.60, and 1 Chocolate Milk Toast, 8.10. $2 Exactor, 815.90. The 20-cent Try, 864.88. Ka-ching on that one. The dollar win for, 379.80. But the 20-cent high five, and we opined that it might not pay. Well, it is paying. Someone had 96137. Congratulations to you, because a 20-cent high five, $3,046.28. Ka-ching. The sixth race order finished in the top: 394, 672, 581. Once again from the top: 394, 672, 581. Well, we're just 5 minutes away from race number 7. We're going to bring in our handicapper for the 7th race. And Rob, I thought I'd start off by mentioning in that 6th race, You had the 2 and 8 as your top two. I had the 4 and 5 as my top two. It was a pentafecta super high five, and well, those are the four horses that missed the high five, coming 9, 6, 1, 3, 7 for $3,000 for 20 cents. We're gonna have to get back on track here, but I do love our pick. We both have the same horse. Tell me which one it is.
Well, I'm loving Willie or Woney in here in race number 7 in the preferred trot. And, I thought, Gary, we'd both land on this horse tonight because it's the post position game here at Grand River, right? We see one that generally, will race really well when he gets to the lead. Just doesn't typically have it when he has to race from out of it. So last time post 8 got away ninth and just finished in that position. Before that, post 7 here on Industry Day, went to the front, rode the bias, and won in 56 and 3. Went a real big mile that day. And you just see the pattern. Whenever you win in this class, you're going to get handicapped with the outside post. So when it happens, it makes it difficult on number 6, Willie or Woney. And now, I think getting post relief, he would have had post 6. Now he's got post 5 with a scratch. We're going to see him forwardly placed, and I think he might just keep on trucking on the front end because we've seen speed continue to carry right from Industry Day and even before that for on many nights. So I'm on Willie or Woney. Doesn't surprise me. You are too. But all we had to do tonight, Gary, is play Keno, right? If we were playing Keno tonight, then it would have been a great game because if you go over in that game, you can win some money. But unfortunately, doesn't work that way when we're playing the horses. In for second, I went to number 5, Bastiano. I think this horse presents a value play, or at least I did till I saw 5-2 on the board. I see we're all in agreement on number 6, Willie or Woney. I'm the only one that has Bastiano on the ticket. I think that, last time Overland Journey really wasn't in this one's wheelhouse. I think tonight we're going to see this one go forward off the gate. I really do. I think Bastiano goes forward off the gate tonight. I think the Time Houdini scratch is going to really help that out. Jody Jameson's aboard. I've seen, he's driven this horse before in his career, twice in a race, once in a qualifier. I think Bastiano's going to push out of there. I don't like 9-5 though. 9-5 is way too short of a price for me, but I do like that one to land on the ticket. Then number 7, Refi. We're going to get really logical now, folks, with the rest of the horses I'm going to mention. Number 7, Refi, is one that has been racing well. Second at Georgian Downs at preferred 2. Second beaten a neck to Dancer Hall. Numbers at 12,000 last 5 at Mohawk Park. Last time here, though, did make a break in stride on the front end. Looked like he might be pretty well meant on that occasion, and probably was, considering he went out and won his next start at Mohawk Park and then finished second in his next 2. The question is, okay, well, is he going to be good to go around the surface here tonight? Has Sylvain Filion aboard, so if someone's going to be able to navigate him around this oval, it would certainly be Mr. Filion. And then in for fourth, I went to number 4, Sicario, and hard for me to kind of put this one down so low, but as we mentioned earlier, had the pole position last time, went to the lead, made every call a winning one, now has to work from post 8. It's just the post position game that you have to play sometimes here at Grand River, especially in these handicap races where you are assigned the outside post after a victory. But Sicario is one that always brings his best. I never see this horse really out there producing a dull effort. He's always giving his all. Would not surprise me to see him get a big piece of it again. Right now 7 on the board, he is value, but post 7 is not the most ideal spot, obviously. But I see the preferred trotters moving onto the track. This will be a good one, folks, and we'll come back and talk about it more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 7th race on Parade 1, Sheila Lotpa, Brian McDonald for Ron McDonald and Nicholas Malcolm. Number 2 is Vabron, Jay Harris for Paul Cameron and TJ Stables. And 3 scratch for Horse Trader, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Oakley Farm. 5, Bastiano, Jody Jameson for Shane Arsenault and Bernie Barr. And number 6, Will He or Won't He? Colin Keller, Kyle Bossens, and Phil McGuire. And we're still absent 7, Refi. There is Refi, Sylvain Filion for Benoit Bayadoshan, Santovina, Nunzio Vina, and Clodamel. And then always at the end of the parade, but this time that's the position, is number 8, Sicario. It'll be Austin Sorry for Richard Morrow and Pamela Heen and John Heen. Field of 7 scratches, 3, Timel Houdini. The first one we'll get a look at will be number 6, Willie or Won't He? Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossens, all the way down to 3 to 5. I know the price is low, but I do expect a big effort, Rob.
I think so too, Gary. We've seen it from this one. Every time when he just gets a slightly better post, even sometimes when he doesn't, usually, it blasts out when the opportunity presents itself. And when it doesn't, I mean, we said before, sometimes you just got to take your lumps here at Grand River and take what they give you and try to close into it, which is pretty difficult to do. And he looks sharp on the track right now, and I think that from post 5, that's definitely going to be to his liking. He hasn't had a post like this since having post 4 here on July the 14th. We were both on him on that occasion, and he held on by a nose and was dead game to do so when he fended off Sicario at the wire.
Number 5, Bastiano. If you're right about Bastiano leaving, and we think Sicario's probably firing, and maybe one of those inside ones, there's going to be a lot of gate speed in this dash. It could be interesting. But Jody Jameson for Shane Arsenault, this horse was really a dead game in the starts 2 and 3 back when going to the front. Bastiano is a one with a bit of back class that fits well. Shane Arsenault has had this one for a long time. Double J driving.
I liked both those victories, and very, very sharp in each of those. And last time, I don't mind the effort, was overland for a bit of the mile, ended up finishing 6, beating 4.5, but that's not his game. Bastiano's not the type that's going to go out there and grind out a victory. He's one that needs to be, on or near the lead, even along the pylons, and maybe can shake loose late. I just think that you've got Jody Jameson aboard, and he's driven this horse twice before, but that was, quite a while ago. And I've seen him, work wonders with some, and especially in getting them to get off the gate. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Bastiano leave. The price is certainly more appealing now at 6 to 1. For me, he's an underneath play, though.
Number 7, Refi, is the one you used third, and I used second. Look, tougher post position, but Refi, look at 2 races ago, racing in a $20,000 purse at Mohawk. That jumps off the page against the rest of this field, and was second beaten a neck in 52 and 4. Refi and Sylvain Filion, 3 to 1.
In top form right now, and that effort here, who knows what would have happened, right? He was on the lead comfortably before making that break in stride. My concern is that miscue and what happens tonight with him. I mean, is he going to come here and reminisce about that and do the same thing again? Most likely, I guess not, because he is a pretty classy horse that doesn't make breaks very often, but again, he's got a more difficult draw than Willie or Won't He, and comes from rock solid connections. 3 to 1 on the board right now. The price is okay. Just comes down to the trip, and I'm just not sure how that's going to pan out for Refi.
I want to try to get to 8 and 2. Number 8, Sicario, Austin Sorry for Richard Morrow. Look, this one raced well from post 7 and 8 back here a little while back. In fact, one from post 7, and post 8 was second beaten a nose.
Yeah, the start from post 8 was incredible, and then we said last time if he can come back to that form, maybe he can be victorious. Well, he did it last time. He raced great last time from the pole position. Really solid effort, but now back to the outside. 5 to 2 on the board's way too short of a price for me.
And if there's the kind of gate speed that we expect, maybe one of these inside horses, either the 1 or the 2, kind of ends up being a trip horse. I think it might be 2, Veyron and Jay Harris.
Veyron raced well last time, went wire to wire, and definitely has that speed to leave out and just sit a trip. And if he can hide along the pylons and watch fireworks, maybe he can get a big piece if it come to wire.
Well, 11 to 1 on Veyron and Jay Harris, but right now number 6, Willie or Won't He, 8 to 5, the betting of favorites. taking up their positions. Cheeto Lotpov and Veyron in the center. Horse Trader, Bastiano and Willie Armonti to the outside. Refi and Sicario. It is a field of 7. Race number 7. Preferred 2 and 3 handicap trotters. Here they come. Field for the 7th race is at the start hand thereof, and it is Refi hustling Cheeto Lotpov along to the inside, then Horse Trader, Bastiano, and on the inside Veyron. They work their way around the turn. Horse Trader has come on down. Horse Trader is going to grab the lead. Cheeto Lotpov is second. Bastiano is third. Willie Armonti is in mid-pack racing fourth. Then it is back to Veyron and Refi and Sicario. They race their way on to the opening quarter. It's Horse Trader with Cheeto Lotpov and Brett McDonald at 40-1 racing on the back of the 40-1 Horse Trader as they work past the opening quarter in 27 and 3. And Bastiano is third. And then Willie Armonti. Veyron's racing fifth. And now we'll have the cover of Willie Armonti, who steps to the outside, and Willie Armonti is on the back of Bastiano. 27 and 3. Solid opening panel. Horse Trader leads as they come on towards us, and Cheeto Lotpov is enjoying the view in the pocket. Bastiano to the outside now is going to grind first over. Willie Armonti is racing second over. Veyron on the outside, down to the inside, Refi, and then it is back to Sicario trailing the field. They work their way on into the backstretch, and in the backstretch it is still Horse Trader, but looking to trade positions is Bastiano. Bastiano and Horse Trader, they're going at it as they march on towards 3/4 off of 57 and 1/2 and a 29 and 3 second panel. Horse Trader to the inside. For now is fending off Bastiano, but they still stride together. And Cheeto Lotpov to the inside. Refi is now racing forth and backing away Willie Armonti. And then Veyron and Sicario, and they work their way towards the top of the stretch off 3/4 of 126 and 1, and Horse Trader, Bastiano, and Refi now is getting threateningly close, and Cheeto Lotpov has been getting the trip and is on the inside. They come on down the lane. It is Horse Trader. Cheeto Lotpov up the inside is coming quickly on the outside. Refi blows on by for Sylvain Filion. It is Refi to get the job done. Then it was Cheeto Lotpov and Bastiano and Horse Trader 156 and 3. Refi, probably the hottest horse in terms of overall efforts coming into this dash, and it showed up there in the stretch drive, Rob.
Yeah, it was a real nice drive by Sylvain Filion, and the horse actually got pounded down late to 4-5. Real nice steer, really, when you think about it. You were right, Gary. You said that maybe this race there'll be some mixing it up early, and there was some stuff that happened early that I wasn't expecting, and that was Horse Trader going to the lead. I really didn't see that coming. He seemed more like a trip horse to me, but hey, JBR decided, you know what, I'm going to go up there and try to win this one on the front end, and it served him pretty well because it was almost something that could happen. Still got a piece of it in the end. And Willie Armonti, we know that's his preferred spot on the top. When he didn't get there, I said, we're in trouble with that selection for sure. But Sylvain Filion, if there was any doubt about this one, staying flat or what kind of trip, he said, yeah, I'll show you a trip. And he hit this one a perfect steer for the victory, well-timed, and really it was easy under the wire.
Well, I opined also before the start that one of those two inside horses might be the trip horse. Thought it might be the two Veyron. It was one Cheeto Lotpov at 40-1 to finish second.
Yeah, we got some big numbers again on that board, don't we? We've got Horse Trader rounding out the super at 40-1. Bastiano, nice effort. Jody Jameson put him in play. That's all I wanted. And he raced really well to finish third at 9-2.
Well, back in front of us is number 7, Refi, 5-year-old Chapter 7 bay horse, owned by Benoit Baillargeon, Santovina, and Nunzio Vina, Claudemel. Benoit Baillargeon, the trainer. Sylvain Filion is the winning driver. And it is the double of the tandem of Sylvain Filion, Benoit Baillargeon, taking races of 5 and 7. Mile of 156 and 3 for Refi. The seventh race payout. 7 refi, 370, 390, and $3. One sheet of lot pipe, 1790 and 1020 and 5 Bastiano, 380. $2 exactor, 90, $150 try, 106.70. The dollar super, 813.70. And the pick three, 3 of 3, 269.60. The seventh race, order finished in the top 2, 6 scratch, 43715. That's 2, 6 scratch, 43715.
All right, folks. Well, it's time for our second co-main event of the evening. OSS Gold Trotting Fillies, the age of 3. We're going to see another standout in this division. It's also the start of the pick 4, though. So the price is going to be really short on one in here. So start mapping out a pick 4 ticket. if you want to single that favorite or maybe try to go for a big payout, try to beat her. But I'm not doing that. Number 6, I'm Extra Special, is one that stands out in here. She's won 3 in a row. 2 of those came in OSS Gold events. She beat HP Mama B last time. We saw that filly already come out and break the track record and the Canadian record. So definitely I'm Extra Special. Now looks like she'll be able to proclaim her dominance in this division, even from post 6. No worse than second in 5 of her 6 starts so far this season, and she's won 8 of 16 so far in her career. Definitely one that everyone's going to be aboard on, and we are. Everyone picks I'm Extra Special on top. She's had success over a half-mile track before. No real concerns in getting around, that's for sure. Just the post 6, obviously, right? Not always the easiest spot to get away from here at Grand River, but I'm pretty sure Mr. Henry can sort that out. And for second, number 1, Fuzzy Angel, and this one's not really typically a goal type. Did race in some goals last season. This year, she's been more so in the grassroots, but she seems like a bit of a half-mile specialist. I know that Jody Jameson piloted her to a couple of nice victories, one at Clinton and one here at Grand River, both times as the favorite. I think from the pole position, we might see this filly, leave out well and just try to sit a trip, and let I'm Extra Special come past at some point, anyways, in the mile, and maybe finish in that spot to get second, or at least land on the ticket. Right now, 7-2 on Fuzzy Angel, I think, is probably a shade low of what it should be, maybe 5 or 6-1, but I do think she's the one that I'd want to bank on landing underneath. Went to number 2, Wee Jill, as a price play as well in the bottom end of the trifecta, and put on the superfecta ticket. Qualified here successfully in preparation for this on August the 18th, 58-3, and no chance last time in a gold when she got away 10th off the gate and ended up finishing 8th, and just looks kind of like You Will Be Queen without the season last year behind her. One that's got post 2 and maybe can just get off the gate and be forwardly placed and get a piece of it in the end. I thought Wee Jill's thrown in some pretty solid efforts this season, and we haven't seen her over a half-mile track other than that qualifier, but I think she might like the surface here at Grand River. Maybe be able to get a piece of it. Number 2, Wee Jill. Chris Christopher as well has been driving fantastic as of late. And then number 5, Midnight Miracle for Mark Etzel and Bob McClure. Big time winner last time in a grassroots event at Mohawk Park. Was racing in the goals before that. Did get a share in one, and one that you have to consider. Had success last season, over 100,000 made at 2, and might be able to get a piece of it in here right now. 14-1 on the board, but I see the fillies are moving out onto the track for this second of 2 gold divisions here this evening, and it is the start of our late pick 4. We'll come back and talk about it more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for race number 8 on parade. Second gold division, 1 Fuzzy Angel, Jody Jameson for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing. Number 2 is Wee Jill, Chris Christoforou for Susie Kerwood and Jeffrey Rock and Dr. Terry Rock. And number 3 is Hawaii. Rick Ziron drives and trains and owns. Number 4, Doing It All, Steve Byron for John Bax. And 5 is Midnight Miracle, Bob McClure for Mark Etzel and Robert Newton and Shantan. And number 6, I'm Extra Special, Trevor Henry for Paul Walker and Keith Coulter. Field of 6. Second OSS Gold Division, 3-year-old trotting fillies, and I'm Extra Special, 1-5 on the board. Maybe we'll have a shot at that 55-1 that we just saw a couple races ago, because I'm Extra Special is extra special and certainly comes into this one razor sharp. Also big time earner last year. She's just been legit, 1-5.
Big time, yeah. And she's 2 for 2 over this track, right, Gary? So when you're concerned sometimes about they going to like the surface here at Grand River, well, she did that too, that's for sure. She was 2 for 2 here last season, and she's got 2 wins and a second over half mile tracks overall, and looks fantastic on the track right now. And she's on a roll, 3 in a row. Bested HP Mama B last time in a field of 11, and I think she landed in the softer of the two divisions tonight. So should be good to go. But the price right now, 1 to 9.
Now, last race, we commented on which one we thought might be the trip horse between the couple on the inside, and we picked the wrong one. Fuzzy Angel on the inside here with Jody Jameson is your one to be maybe the trip horse. One thing to note, though, missed the scheduled start sick, but raced well August the 5th, a good second place finish at Mohawk.
I'm just looking for this one to be that half mile specialist that I think she is. And, we saw her here at Grand River in a grassroots event in 56 and 3, and she was wrapped up on that occasion, raced well at Clinton before that as well. And I think it just really suits her getting back here to the half mile surface. And right now we see Jody going to score her down pretty good. And I think he's going to want to leave out with her and look for that position early because that's really her, best chance to get a big piece of it.
And both of those last two on the half-mile tracks, she did go to the front. In fact, that was the third consecutive race that she raced on the lead. Also raced on the lead in a maiden class the start before those two. There's number 2, Wee Jill. Wee Jill is 10 to 1 on the board and is one that's, raced in a gold, but it didn't go well back August the 6th, but then qualified. And the qualifier, 28 and 2 final quarter qualifier here at Grand River, and also did flash a little speed in the qualifier.
Yeah, I like the qualifier, and I just think she's one that might be suited for the half mile configuration here at Grand River. Her effort at Georgian Downs in a gold was a decent one. Finished fourth over there. 2 I'm Extra Special, and good post to work from tonight. And just think that getting away well, forwardly placed, sitting on the pylons might help this one, and maybe might charge late for a big piece of it. I was hoping for more than 10 to 1. To be perfectly honest, but that's the price we're seeing right now on the board.
I did end up using 5 Midnight Miracle second, although I like the idea of the inside post position, maybe hitting the bottom of the exactor ticket. But Midnight Miracle is one that was very fine last year, and so proved that she fits against tougher company. And those last 2 races, very impressive. Maybe she's coming back to her best, and Midnight Miracle could be the one. Primetime Bob for Mark Etzel. She's been really good in those last 2.
Yeah, she has been. She was great at Mohawk Park last time. She demolished her rivals to win by 5, and you said she might be coming around now and finding that form that she had last season. Post 5, not the ideal spot in this group, that's for sure. But 7 to 1 on the board right now. We've got 3 of them, tied for second favoritism at 7 to 1. Midnight Miracle is one that I think has a chance to land on the trifecta.
Is there any way that you see the trip not working for I Am Extra Special, or would somebody be afraid to run her at all in the early going? And is even the plan that Trevor Henry would leave out a fair amount?
Yeah, I would think she's going to be forwardly placed. You can't really, getting away 6 in a 6-horse field isn't like an impossible task. But I think he's going to be looking to move forward off the gate for sure. And I don't really think anyone wants to tangle too much with her because it would hurt their own chances, right? There's $100,000 in the line here, and I think that while everyone wants to win it, they also don't want to squander away any of the lion shares that fall underneath.
Well, we'll see if I'm Extra Special lives up to the 2 to 5. She certainly does on paper, and the track record set a couple of races ago, 55 and 1. It's Fuzzy Angel on the inside with Wee Jill in the center, Hawaii, and doing it all to the outside, Midnight Miracle, and I'm Extra Special. It is a field of a 6-4 race. Number 8, and they're working their way towards the top of the stretch. The second OSS Gold Division for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Field of 6, race number 8. They're into the stretch, gathering speed, nearing the start. and they're off, and Weed Chill has made a break in stride. Midnight Miracle is going to leave quickest of all. Fuzzy Angel on the inside. Hawaii is also driving out, and then racing position fourth is Doing It All, and now taking fourth is I'm Extra Special, and it's going to be Midnight Miracle who's made the lead. Midnight Miracle, Fuzzy Angel. Here comes I'm Extra Special with a big rush on the outside, looking to stride up and grab the lead and grab it from Midnight Miracle as they race the way to the opening quarter. Fuzzy Angel third, Hawaii is fourth, and then Doing It All, and that early break belongs to Wee Jill, 27-4 the opening quarter. I'm Extra Special at 1-5 on the board. Opening quarter 27-4. Midnight Miracle is in the pocket at 7-1. Fuzzy Angel third. Hawaii is racing fourth as the field comes off the turn, and they race their way on towards us, and then it is Doing It All, and Wee Jill is out of it. I'm Extra Special, and Trevor Henry have a 27-4 solid opening panel. Races on past the half, and half was 57 seconds at 29-1 second panel. I'm Extra Special. Midnight Miracle is in a good spot right there in the pocket, and Fuzzy Angel is racing third. And then it is Hawaii and Doing It All. They race on down the backstretch off a 57-second halftime. It is I'm Extra Special with a lead of a length and a half. Midnight Miracle on the inside second, and then it is Fuzzy Angel. Hawaii now is surfing on the outside and has come on and taken for third. Fuzzy Angel and then back to Doing It All. They race by three quarters, 126-2. And it is I'm Extra Special. Hawaii to the outside now is surfed up to take it for second. Midnight Miracle is still there in the pocket though as they race their way towards the top of the stretch. I'm Extra Special. Midnight Miracle and Hawaii on down the stretch drive they come. I'm Extra Special off the 126 and 2/3 continues to march gamely. I'm Extra Special chasing Hawaii. I'm Extra Special wins it. Hawaii is in a close photo with Midnight Miracle for second, and then Doing It All was fourth. 1:55 flat. That's a new track record. I'm Extra Special. Well, only winning by half a length, but I guess when you go in a track record time, you can understand why it was a little closer at the finish, Rob.
Yeah, I thought at the half we weren't going to see this because there didn't appear to be too much movement, anyways. But then they really rattled home in that second half, and 58 seconds flat, and breaks the track record that was set earlier tonight by HMLB and a Canadian record as well.
Yeah, the record falls in both of the divisions, and you see Trevor was urging I'm Extra Special because of the speed that was being applied, and absolutely showed her gameness to dig in, but it wasn't as easy as we might have thought it. There is Hawaii, who was able to surf up and get second, beaten a neck, and then finishing third, Midnight Miracle, who had the nice trip.
Yeah, Hawaii went a big trip there, came first over, and actually, if you watch that replay, you'll see that she puts in a few steps on the turn. I thought Hawaii was actually going to break stride, and it may have cost her the race in the end. Obviously, I'm Extra Special was digging in and held her off, but it definitely cost her a little bit on that turn, and I was impressed that Hawaii actually came on again to challenge this filly at the wire, because I figured, okay, she'll probably just be third now when she didn't actually make a full break in stride. But I'm Extra Special was dead game, but don't sleep on Hawaii's effort there. I'll be watching her next time.
Yeah, it looked like that possible break was towards the top of the stretch and just a few strides, but enough to lose a bit of momentum when you're talking about being beaten only ahead. Definitely Hawaii. 11-1, Midnight Miracle at 7-1. It is a 6-3-5-4 top four, but it is I'm Extra Special coming back in front of us, the winner of the second gold division. And back in front of us, number 6, I'm Extra Special, a 3-year-old muscle Mass Bay filly, owned by Keith Coulter of Mono, Ontario. Paul Walker, the trainer. Trevor Henry, the winning drive. It's the 4th win this year. 9th lifetime, I'm Extra Special in a new Grand River track record, 1:55 flat. And fans note the judges did review racing action on the final turn pertaining to 3 Hawaii and ruled that Hawaii did not make a break in stride, just simply rough on the final turn towards the top of the stretch. And fans, the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to number 6. I'm extra special, and a possible pylon violation coming to the half, racing on the turn. Fans, there's a look at the racing action at the top of the stretch pertaining to 3 Hawaii, where the judges ruled that 3 Hawaii did not make a break. There it is once again, right at that point there is where the judges ruling that was not a break in stride. Fans, here is a look at racing action pertaining to the winner and a possible pylon violation just past the quarter as they head on around the turn. Fans, note the judges ruling that number 6, I'm extra special, did hit 2 pylons but was not inside of them, not a violation of the pylon regulations, and will stand. The 8th race payouts, number 6, I'm extra special, 270 and 270, and 3 Hawaii, 670 to place. $2 exactor, $12.20. Dollar try, $15.95. The dollar super, $48.65. Eighth race order finish from the top, 562-431. That's 562-431. Well, fans, before we bring Rob in and talk about race number 9, just to note there is no racing action this coming Friday. So don't be coming out to Grand River this Friday. We will be back next Monday night, but no racing action this Friday. Rob, are you possibly going to find something to do this Friday night? Can you watch some other harness racing, or do you have to take your wife out and actually let her know that you have a life outside of racing?
Well, we've actually got plans on Saturday night. So I guess, well, listen, I'm going to obviously miss doing this on Friday night, and I'm sure I'll find another track, maybe Mohawk Park, to play. My selections appear in the Horse Players Journal there, so might sit back at home and relax a card, watching a card without having to get grilled by Mr. Gary Guy on some of my handicapping angles throughout the evening. But yeah, I'm sure I'll find a track to watch, most likely Mohawk Park, and then Saturday nights I've promised it to be a family night, so I'll have to sneak away and check my phone throughout the evening as I usually do. So all right, well, let's take a look at race number 9. It is our second of 2 preferred races on the card. This time it's for filly and mares on the pace, and in here I went to a horse I think is a bit of value right now. 3-1 on the board on number 1, Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen. And this one, a little bit off form, I guess you could say. Now, winners of 5,100 last time, finishing 7th. That's from the 7-hole, though. Start before that. Now, winners of 8,500 last 5, post 9, got away 10th. And, it hasn't really had much success. Was racing okay in the bottom condition at Mohawk Park, though. But what I like about Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen is I think that she really likes getting to the half-mile surfaces, and she's had a lot of success. Some success here at Grand River. She finished second to Sweet Heaven on June the 16th, way back then anyways, and that winner was a big-time winner on that occasion. And she's also raced really well at Flamborough, so she's one that has had success in the preferreds before. And I think with the pole position, we might see this one really step up tonight. 5-2 on the board. I'd prefer that right now as opposed to the 3-5 you're seeing on number 6, Raise and a Rocket. That is my second choice, though. Nice effort last time in the claiming handicap at Mohawk Park. Was a going away winner by 2.5 lengths in 52-2. Now, moves over to the shorter surface here at the preferred ranks. And, Gerard Demers is someone that we love to get on here at Grand River and get J-Mac in the bike, who it's hard to find a hotter driver on the planet than that man. So I get why, right now people are flocking to number 6, Raising a Rocket, but for a post edge and one that does, like to race on a half and has 25 wins, in her back pocket, but 0 for 15 this year. I think Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen might be the one to get back on the beam tonight with a victory. And for third, number 7, Smoke and Reactor. Really nice wins, for a 3 and 4 starts back, but last time, bit of an underwhelming effort here. I was on her on that occasion from the trailing post at 10-1. She didn't really fire. She ended up finishing 8th, but then she was scratched due to sickness in her next effort on August the 14th. So, maybe that's now cleared up, and she's one you need to look at in here at 11-1. I'm the only one that uses that one on the ticket, but I think Smoke and Reactor is one you need to respect in here, especially if she can bounce back with a much better effort this time around. And then number 2, Emblenet. Right now, 20-1 on the board. I'd say that's the value right now on the board because that victory last time was pretty impressive. It was out of the 2-hole, but she got past Random Miragio, who's a pretty solid mare in her own right. Won by a neck in 155 flat. Now gets post 2. So another solid post to work from Emblenet. And I don't know, 20-1 on the board just kind of jumps off the page of me right now. Second time Lasix as well, and sometimes horses step up the second time they get that medication. So Emblenet 22-1. I have underneath on the bottom end of the superfecta, but big win price on the board right now. But I see the filly and mares are stepping onto the track for this preferred 3 event, and we'll come back and look at this race in a little more detail with Gary Guy in just a few moments.
On parade for the ninth one, Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Ron Cullen. Number 2, Amblinette, Bo Brown is the driver and trainer, and Lessie. Number 3, Significance, Colin Kelly for Lacey McCabe and Glenview Livestock and Cheryl Cherry. Number 4 is Salzburg Raven, Brett McDonald for Ron McDonald. 5 is Jammer Mockmel, Jay Harris for Harold Wilson and Jammer Racing. Number 6, Rays and a Rocket, James McDonough for Gerard Demers. And number 7 is Smoke and Reactor, J.R. Plot Drives and Trains, and also is the owner. Field of 7, race number 9, a good field of fillies, mares, preferred 3. An interesting dash, Rob. We have a little difference of opinion here, but not greatly so, because I do worry that one Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen could get the job done here. The only thing that stopped me, 0 for 15. Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen, just not quite what she was last year, but she could be sitting on it here from the inside.
I think so. 2-1 on the board now, and the money's coming in on this one now, 8-5 into favoritism. So that value is shriveling up in a hurry. But you've seen her a lot at Flamborough, Gary, and doing well in the preferred ranks there. Last season, 5 for 37, over 64,000 at the bank, and I just think this is a good spot for Outlaw I'm Hot Vixen to find her best and maybe get back into the win column. She's got the pole position. She should be able to push out to the early lead or at least sit, a 2-hole trip, and that makes her dangerous. And you can take one that is won and prefers before, has been racing in the condition races with the pole position, or one that is coming into the claiming ranks, and has an outside post. But not to say I don't like raising a rocket on here. I just think that there's a big time edge in Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen's corner.
Number 6, Rays and a Rocket, certainly gets the angle of being the sharpest horse. 9 wins in 14 tries on the year. James McDonough for Gerard Demers, second start to Gerard. Post 6 at Mohawk last race, but this is one that was racing at Rideau Carleton and putting up some solid statistics, but also 8 wins last year. This is a mare that's put some serious coin in the bank, and the only other one that's in that same neighborhood is one Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen.
Yeah, and 41 wins lifetime for this one and 25 for Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen. So they both stand out, in that category of being the most winning horses in the race. And Raisin Rocket is the one that's on form right now. Race fantastic. August 17th off the claim for Gerard Demers, and 5-2 on the board. Now the price is going up, right? So it's going in the other direction, where this one might actually become the value. And like you mentioned, it's hard to find a horse more sharp than she is, with 13, in the top 2 out of 14 starts so far this season. So I think they're the two that stand out on paper, and it might come down to the two of them at the wire. And 8-5 now. Co-choice is actually second choice is at 2-1, with number 3 Significance getting bet down to 9-5.
Number 7, Smoke and Reactor at 15-1. I understand why you like this one for third, and I was really seriously thinking of putting her somewhere on the ticket. We've seen some really fine stuff from her. That last race at, here in the preferred 3 class, trailer post and just backed away, but then maybe the sign was scratched vet sick from the next scheduled start. So if she's healthy again, she can overcome the post.
Yeah, when a horse throws in a clunker like that didn't make sense. I know she was still 10-1 that day, but I thought she had a big chance, and she really went out there and produced a dull effort. When you see something like vet scratch sick in her next effort, you say, okay, you know what? This might be the reason why. So now I can kind of explain what happened there. And there was 2 efforts kind of consecutive that I kind of thought that she could have raced better. Those 2 victories were fantastic. The one in the upper condition class was kind of unreal, the way she was leaving out, then took back, and then still came around them late. And then she beat them on the front end after that. Post 7, that's probably not going to happen tonight, but this is one that can race them off the pace. I wouldn't be surprised if she made her presence felt late at 14-1.
I toyed with using Emblinette on top and ended up using this one for third, but at 11-1, I'd be willing to take a shot.
I agree. That, to me, is a value on the board right now, because she's got an inside post. She should be close. And that last effort, I think, in my opinion, was a lot better than it appears on paper.
Well, it also did come a pretty substantial back half. It's Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen, Emblenet, Significance on the inside. Sosric Raven, Jammer Mel in the center, Rays in a Rocket and Smoke in a Reactor on the outside. It's a field of seven, ninth dash. Here they come. Field for the ninth race is at the start of the rough, and they're at the start, and they are off. And Salisbury Raven, Outlaw, I'm a Hot Vixen, then Significance, and now Emblenet on the inside is right on the back of Outlaw, I'm a Hot Vixen. Still driving is Salisbury Raven between the inside and the outside on the two-wide path is Significance, and then it is Rays and a Rocket Jammer, Macmillan, Smoking Reactor. Outlaw, I'm a Hot Vixen with the lead, but marching, continuing on, Salisbury Raven. Salisbury Raven at 11-1 has got the lead, but it's a temporary one at that. Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen comes right back around and is going to reclaim the lead. Emblenet is racing third. Significance is fourth, and Rays and a Rocket now is going to move on the outside, and then it is back to Jamar Macmillan. Smoking Reactor is back trailing the field. Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen has got the lead as they race off the turn. Salisbury Raven fills the pocket. Here comes Rays and a Rocket, and James McDonald now and is racing the stakes against Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen. They stride together of a 27-second opening quarter and a half of 57, and Rays and a Rocket is trying to clear using the turn advantage of Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen, but not enough to hold off Rays and a Rocket. It is Rays and a Rocket. Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen, though, is right there in the pocket and is staying close, a length and a half back. Salisbury Raven third. Three wide Smoking Reactor from the backfield is kicking in. J.M.R. Mockmel center of the track. Emblenet and back to Significance. It is Rays and a Rocket. Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen is all over the back of Rays and a Rocket. Smoking Reactor is moving up and getting a little closer. He's only about three off the lead. And then it is Salisbury Raven and Jammer Macmillan. Emblenet and Significance. They turn for home. Rays and a Rocket and Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen to settle things on down the stretch drive. Rays and a Rocket as they come on down the stretch drive. Rays and a Rocket and Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen. Rays and a Rocket was able to hold on. Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen to make it a close second. Then Salisbury Raven and Smoking Reactor 154-2. Rays and a Rocket was able to clear at the 5/8, and I think that was the key. I kind of thought that maybe she wasn't going to be able to clear there for a moment.
And that was definitely the key to the race, Gary. She got around Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen and then was able to hold that one off in the stretch. I thought that maybe Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen might be able to get by her because she was all over her in the pocket, that's for sure. But enough left in the tank for Rays and a Rocket to hold on. And I was a little bit surprised that she cleared so easily because, I mean, she was really moving out there actually in that third quarter. They went 28 seconds the third quarter. So it's interesting to me that, James was able to get past. And then usually when that happens here at Grand River, the horse they get past usually doesn't have much left. And Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen battled right to the wire.
Yeah, that's certainly a big key for next time out because that was a very nice one that beat Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen and beat that one only by a neck. Salisbury Raven third and Smoking Reactor did finish fourth, but Rays and a Rocket, I think the key was when James came. He came with enough authority that Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen wouldn't be able to get it done, even though we might have thought that she would. Rays and a Rocket, James really came hard.
Agreed, and if Travis ever does try to take James there, then they might both be in trouble, right? So I think that it played out the way it should have, and the best horse won, but the margin, was pretty small on the wire in the end. And I'm a Vixen, now 0 for 16, but I think we're going to see her find the winner's circle in the near future.
Well, you did use 7 Smoking Reactor on your ticket and 25-1 to round out the superfecta behind the most logical couple. Rays and a Rocket at 2-1 gets the job done over the favorite at even money. Rays and a Rocket is a 7-year-old Matta Rocket Bay mare, owned by Michael Michelle Legacy. Gerard Demers is the trainer. James McDonald, the winning drive. It's the 10th win for Rays and a Rocket in 15 starts this year, 42nd lifetime. Ninth race payouts. Number 6 Rays in a Rocket, 630, 330, 290. 1 Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen, 260, 210. 4 Salzburg Raven, $4. $2 Exactor, $12.30. Try, $17. Dollar Super, $85.80. Ninth race, so we're finished from the top, 2673514. That's 2673514.
All right, folks. So time flies when you're having fun. We've already made it to race 10, which means there's just 2 dashes left. One more opportunity to play a multi-leg wager. That's the late double. Make sure you get your wagers in for that one. But in here, we are back on the trot, and we've got now winners of 40,000 life, And I'm going to one in here that I'm hoping will be a price. Right now is holding up at 7-2. Number 2, Herb's Journey. And last time, real interesting trip at Georgian Downs last time. Ended up, getting away 8th off the gates. And was a long way out of before closing up nicely. And I like that back half, 56-4, showed some serious life on the end of it. But 2 back at Grand River right here, the line looks like he kind of didn't do much, went overland and didn't do much, but he actually ended up in a real bad spot behind a wall of horses and then was kind of taken out of it when the horse he was behind kind of started backpedaling on the final turn. And then he had to then find room at the inside before he could come on again, where he ended up finishing 5th. So a couple of troublesome trips for Herb's Journey in his last 2, and had to deal with outside posts in each of those efforts. And now starts from post 2 tonight. And I know he's up against a horse that, well, should be the big favorite, but right now is holding a 2-1, number 5, Gavin Motion. I just think that Herb's Journey, I'm going on another horse that's 0 for the season, over 17, but those last 2 efforts are better than they look on paper, and he might be, trending in the direction of finding the winner's circle. And from post 2 tonight, he might get an edge on those ones to his outside. Number 5, Gavin Motion, has won 2 in a row and 3 of his last 4 here at Grand River. The only blemish on those 4 starts is one where he broke stride. Last time, Scott Young did a great job keeping this one down, got to the lead, and all was A-okay. But he's still one that can really jump it off at any time. He put some steps in last time. Scotty kept him down, but I don't. He's a horse that it gets a little bit tricky at times, and I wouldn't want to be on him at a real short price. And I used him for second. I think Herb's Journey might be able to beat him fair and square tonight, but also might be able to get him if he makes a mistake. So that's why I like the value on number 2, Herb's Journey, right now at 6-1. But Gavin Motion is clearly the one to beat in here. Number 1, Ongoing Royalty, Rail Control, J-Mac now aboard. And one that might be trending in the right direction. Finished 3rd last time and non-winners of 3,000 last 5 at Mohawk Park. Rail Control here is always a big plus. And then number 4, Aim High Hanover. This one, I've always usually in this one's corner. And I think she's one that can certainly get a big piece of it again tonight. Right now, 8-1 on the board. I've got that one slotted in the 4th spot. But we'll come back and talk about this interesting dash in race number 10 that started the late double with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 10th on parade. One Ongoing Royalty. It is James McDonough for Shane Arsenault and Cody Spencer and Greg Wild and Giuseppe Mascia. Number 2 is Herb's Journey, Colin Kelly for Duncan Brewer and Michelle Brennan and Randall Urquhart. 3 is Avuncular, Child Borth for Gord McDonnell. And 4 is Aim High, Hanover Austin Sorry for Mitchell Tierney and Triple S Equine. 5 is Gab in Motion, Scott Young for Tony O'Sullivan and Hut Racing. And number 6, Sebastian Ray, Jason Ryan for a numbered company from Ottawa. Number 7, Oxford Hall, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. And number 8 is Peter Crown. It's Brent McDonough for Steve Watson. Well, it's a field of 8. An interesting dash is the 10th race, and 5 Gavin Motion is 7-5 on the board. But, Rob, you have elected to go elsewhere. Last week when Gavin Motion raced in the first race, you didn't take Gavin Motion, and you singled up and it kicked you out of the pick 5. I would have thought you'd have learned, but apparently not. Herb's Journey at 7-1. Explain.
Well, it was actually 2 weeks ago, so Gavin Motion has missed a week, so keep that in mind too. And Herb's Journey comes into this on short rest, just 2 days rest for Herb's Journey, and I just think inside post and last two from an outside, starting spot. Two back here, got into all kinds of trouble on that final turn. I thought that he had a little bit of trot, may have came forward better than that if he didn't get into trouble. And last time George in post 8 and closed up nicely back half 56-4. I just want to see this one go forward off the gate, or at least land somewhere in a spot where he can trip out from post 2. That can happen. And Gavin Motion, as good as this horse has been and looks solid right now, scoring down for Scott Young. He did a great job with this horse on August the 11th, but we've seen this one beat himself before. And, I don't really want to be taking too short of a price on a horse. I was all in on him when he was almost 2-1 2 starts ago, but not when he's going to be an overwhelming favorite tonight.
Well, 3-5 is that price. And actually, I should tell you, I admire you taking Herb's Journey at 9-1 instead of the 3-5, because we all like to see someone beat the chalk player. So, I can't actually say that I'm cheering for you, because then that kind of ruins my whole act. But I do love someone going against the favorite. I'd be afraid to, though. 5 Gavin Motion has looked really, really solid, and he's clearly the one to beat. You're not getting a price, but I think he's up to scoring another win, a 4th win in 5 starts of the year.
I think that he's definitely the horse to beat in the race, and is he the best horse in the race? I'd say yes to that as well. The price just won't be there. I'll be honest. Even money is bigger price than I thought he'd be. I thought he'd be more like 2-5. Maybe we see that price at post time. Like I said, I just a horse that can make a break. I'll look elsewhere and try to get a price down.
I'll tell you who I toyed with. I actually toyed with beating Gavin Motion. That's why I admire your effort on Herb's Journey, and it might turn out to be right. But I wanted to go on one Ongoing Royalty, and I liked with Doug McNair on the inside, but James McDonald to do just fine as well. Ongoing Royalty has shown some nice flashes. Now an inside. The only time this one had a good post made an early break. If Ongoing Royalty doesn't have that miscue, and that's the only break you see on the card, Ongoing Royalty has enough to be a threat.
I pegged this one in for third, and I agree. Difficult post positions. You see up and down the page there. Did draw the rail, made a break in stride of George and 2 back. You get James McDonald tonight, some of the hottest hands on the planet in harness racing, and Ongoing Royalty right now at 3-1. We might see this horse step up in a big way this evening, and maybe he's the one to knock the favorite off.
And there is number 4, Aim High Hanover. That's the one you used against a Gavin Motion in that start that you rightfully noted was 14 days ago. Aim High Hanover. Look, you had a lot of logical reasons to try to beat Gavin Motion with Aim High Hanover, despite making a break last time out. Aim High Hanover's a very nice mare that could come right back here with a flat line and be a big factor. Austin Sorry, 5-1.
Yeah, Aim High Hanover's a real nice horse, and we've seen this one race really well here at Grand River this season. Last time made a break in stride, getting a favorable trip. I don't think it was going to matter. Never getting the Gavin Motion, and I don't think that it was going to be much of a factor even to get a big piece of it, because she didn't look herself on that occasion. It's probably why she made a break in stride, though. And now here tonight, maybe she turns it around, 6-1 on the board. Pretty good price for a horse that has done as well as she has done over this surface.
And I'll ask you a question. So we both have the same top 4, but there's a horse that I was very afraid to leave off the top 4. Who do you think I might be talking about?
7 Oxford Hall.
No, how about 8 Peter Crown? You get 25-1, but Peter Crown, what's Peter Crown done wrong? It's the post.
Yeah, you're right. I should have got that one, because we've always say that. What has Peter Crown done wrong? It's just the post position once again. 25-1 actually is a big overlay on that horse.
Yeah, he's been very, very fine, but it is a tough post position, but I wouldn't be shocked if he sneaks his way onto the ticket somewhere. Brett McDonald driving. Taking up positions, Ongoing Royalty, Herb's Journey, Avuncular to the inside, Aim High Hanover, Gavin Motion in the center, to the outside, Sebastian Ray, Oxford Hall, Peter Crown, Field of 8, 10th dash. Field of 8, race number 10. There at the start of the rough, Ongoing Royalty, Avuncular Leaves, and Cab in Motion, and Sebastian Ray. Herb's Journey as the field works around the turn, but Ongoing Royalty has the lead. Herb's Journey is journeying out on the back of Ongoing Royalty. Cab in Motion continues forward motion and is striding up gamely towards the front. Avuncular's racing forth, and then aim high ahead of her, Sebastian Ray and Oxford Hall and Peter Crown. And it is Cab in Motion who's come on to grab the lead. Cab in Motion, Ongoing Royalty, and Herb's Journey is third, and then racing of position to fourth is Avuncular. Astride went Oxford Hall. Racing fifth is right now Aim High ahead of her, in front of Sebastian Ray and then Peter Crown, and it is Cab in Motion at 3-2. Who has a lead as they race their way off the turn for Scott Young. Ongoing Royalty and James McDonald is second. Herb's Journey and Colin Kelly is racing third. They roll on towards us, and then on the inside, Avuncular and Tyler Borth, and now here comes Aim High ahead of Austin Sorry. Then Sebastian Ray and Peter Crown. 28-2, opening quarter, 58-2 halftime, and it is Cab in Motion as they work their way into the backstretch. Ongoing Royalty is staying on the inside second, just a length and 3/4 back, and gets up a little tighter in the pocket. Herb's Journey is going to journey to the outside, and now is only 2 1/4 off the lead, and then it is Aim High ahead of her, who's aiming to try to grab one of the front three spots, racing fourth right now. Then it is Avuncular, Sebastian Ray, and Peter Crown, but it is Cab in Motion who continues on in sharp motion, but it is Ongoing Royalty who's been a trip horse, and Herb's Journey on the outside. Aim High ahead of her, settled 3 wide. Avuncular and Sebastian Ray 3/4, 127-1, and it is Cab in Motion, Ongoing Royalty as they turn on down the lane. Cab in Motion, Ongoing Royalty, Cab in Motion as Scott Young sits motionless in the bike. Ongoing Royalty was a second, and then third looked like it was Herb's Journey, and it might have been Sebastian Ray picking up fourth, 156-4. Cab in Motion wound up being a 3-2. Actually was a fairly reasonable price for Cab in Motion, especially based on what we just saw, Rob.
Yeah, I thought the price might be more like 2-5, to be honest. 3-2. Yeah, when I look in these picks, I look at it and say, listen, I want to try to sometimes beat the favorites and stuff like that. 3-2 is actually a good price in Cab in Motion. I can't really fault anyone for betting the horse at that number. Has been, really racing fantastic here. 1-3 of 4 now, and I put the horse in for second because I thought he'd be an overwhelming favorite and try to beat him for a price. Herb's Journey just didn't work out. Ended up in the 3-hole, and when you end up in the 3-hole, there's only one option really, and that's to go first over, and that wasn't going to work out for Herb tonight. And, Ongoing Royalty given a perfect steer by James McDonald to get out to the early lead, release the favorite, sit behind them, but no one was touching Cab in Motion again. And, this horse and Scott Young are certainly showing me I've gone against them in each of his last 2 starts, and both times it was easy as pie.
Well, if you don't take Cab in Motion next time, I'm going to be asking you again. I did think that Ongoing Royalty had a good chance to be the trip horse, and that is the way that turned out. Nice to see Ongoing Royalty. We've seen some fine efforts from Ongoing Royalty. The inside looked really sharp. One to definitely keep an eye on for next time, because Cab in Motion's really tough, but Ongoing Royalty did everything right.
Definitely. And you also have that, that better post position, right? So if we see that again from Ongoing Royalty, we might see this one break through with a victory. Now 0 for 12 in the season, but definitely trending in the right direction.
Coming back in front of us is number 5, Cab in Motion, a 4-year-old Archangel Bay horse owned by Hutt Racing, trained by Tony O'Sullivan, and Scott Young, the winning drive. Scott Young had the answer with Cab in Motion in the 10th. It's the 4th win in 5 starts this year, and the 9th lifetime, 156-4 for Cab in Motion. Also, fans, before we get to the mutual prices, just a reminder that there is no racing action here at Grand River this Friday, but we get right back onto our Monday, Wednesday, Friday routine again next Monday. So either take your wife out on Friday or Saturday or find something else to do, but hope you join us again next Monday night. Racing action at 6:30 on Monday, but we still have one more race to go, and the prices to come up for the 10th very shortly. The 10th race payouts 5. Gab in motion. 5, 10, 320, 221. Ongoing royalty $3 262. Herb's Journey 290. $2 exactor, $12.70 try, $880 superfecta, 40.85. The 10th race, order of finish from the top 2, 3, 6, 5, 1, 4, 8, 7. That's 2, 3, 6, 5, 1, 4, 8, 7.
time to take a look at the finale, race 11. You know what that means? It's time for the super high five, or as Gary likes to call it, the pentafecta. Over $1,300 in the pool for that wager already. It'll continue to climb. And we saw what it paid earlier tonight, so make sure you map out some winning tickets and take a shot at a big payout in the nightcap here in race 11 on the trot. Now winners of 4,000, last three. Also eligible, $25,000 claimers. And I went to number 5, Head Turning Jag. 3 to 5 on the board right now. Not an appealing price, that's for sure. But the one thing about Head Turning Jag that's interesting is August the 14th at Mohawk Park turned in a solid effort, went to the front, was handled aggressively, only got beat 3/4 of the length in third, and now there's a 5,000 last 5. The last time we saw, that one have a big effort at Mohawk Park and then come here was back on June 16th, and he blew the field away in the preferred 2 and 3 and 158 and 2 by 5 lengths. The thing about that effort was there was actually 3 months between those two starts. This time around, it's only 11 days. So I think Head Turning Jag is definitely the winner here in this upper condition class for trotters. We got Trevor Henry aboard. He gets along really well with this one and might be pointed right to the lead to go down the road for a victory here in the finale. But 3 to 5, tough price to swallow, that's for sure. And for second, I number 2, Lady Katarina, taking some money right now at 3 to 1. It was actually 5 to 2 just a moment ago. Hard to go against one that's won 3 in a row, and racing for the very hot barn of Tyler Nostad, and I got Garrett Rooney aboard, usual driver who's driven her throughout that win streak. So I think Lady Katarina is one you've got to take a look at in here. Should be brimming with confidence and has back class with 28 wins and over 250,000 made. So definitely one I'd look at. I was hoping for a price. Morning line 10 to 1. Right now 3 to 1 on the board, but that price might float up come post time because the pick 4 is paying quite large on that mare. I like her on the ticket, though. Number 9, Power and Grace. If her nose is on the gate, I would have likely went to her because she is a real classy type and hard-working type mare. Over 220,000 made in her life, 26 wins, and she's hit the board in 11 of 16 so far this season. Won 10 of 29 last year. The problem is trailing posts, and I'm just not sure how the trip will work out for her. She's one that when she draws towards the inside, she's loaded with speed. She usually goes to the front, and she's tough to catch. Just not sure how it works out for the trailing post tonight. If Brett McDonald can work out some kind of a favorable journey for Power and Grace, she should be right in the finish. Number 4, Wild and Crazy Guy. Overland journeys in each of his last 2. Now gets to the upper condition class instead of facing preferred types. Now favoritism is shifted to him at 3 to 5 on the board. Last time raced well to finish third to Sicario. It's all going to come down to trip, even for a Wild and Crazy Guy. I've seen this one do it on the front end. I've seen him do it off cover in the past, and classy veteran of 44 wins, over 639,000 in the bank. So we've got a lot of horses with back class in here. But 3 to 5 on the board right now. Number 4, Wild and Crazy Guy, is way too short of a price for my liking. Then number 7, Catch Canna. Right now, that's probably the value on the board right now. Horse that's been, plying his trade in the preferred and in that class for quite a long time. 70 or 60 to 1 right now. Post 7, I get it, but not one that is without a chance in here. But right now, a huge mutual at 60 to 1. I doubt that will hold. Down to 40 to 1 now, number 7, Catch Canna. But I see the trotters are making their way onto the track for the finale. We'll come back and do it one more time with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 11th on parade, a field of 8. 1, Wings Up, Eddie Hensley for Todd Ratchford and Cleveland Walters. Number 2 is Lady Katarina, Garrett Rooney for Tyler Nostad and Blue Shoe Investments. Number 3 is Norwegian Dad, Scott Ray for Jack Ray and Colleen LaMarche. And number 4 is Wild and Crazy Guy, Martin Lachance for Yves Brunet and Theodore Goretz. 5 is Head Turning Jag and Trevor In a Hurry Henry for John Chikeen and Robert Pooley. Number 6, Heineken Silter, Travis Henry for Don Lindsay and Glenn Lindsay. Number 7 is Catch Canada, Jer Plot for Jacques Dupont and Dorleans Stable, along with Sylvain Deschenaux. And at number 9 is Power and Grace, Brent McDonald for Ron McDonald and Hartel Maintenance and Lorimer McClure. Field of 8, the 11th race, an interesting dash, and I think this one has the potential also to wind up maybe paying out because, yeah, there is some horses that should draw attention, but there's a lot of different ways this could go, Rob. But I do like your idea of 5 Head Turning Jag. In fact, if you remember that last time when he raced here and he won, we were shocked. We were commenting about before the race how much money that he took early, and he's taken a lot here. He's at 3 to 5.
Taking tons of money. He opened off as the overwhelming favorite. Then favoritism shifted to Wild and Crazy Guy. Now he's right back to 3 to 5 again. And last effort at Mohawk Park was a good one and kind of jumped off the page of me that day. He was handled really aggressively and almost got the job done at 19 to 1. And last time, again, we saw this. It was a good effort at Mohawk Park, come to Grand River. He blew the field away. But back then, it was actually almost 3 months between starts. This time around, he's certainly tighter and I don't like the 4 to 5. I'll be honest, Gary. That's a tough price to swallow on this one. I think this race is a little more wide open than the odds board shows us at this present time.
Number 2, Lady Katarina, is one that I kept changing my mind on because, first of all, 3-race win streak. So then I like the horse. Moving up in class, then I'm not so sure. But has back class, so then I like the horse. But there's just negatives and positives. But I think you might be right that the positives outweigh the negatives. And a positive? 11 to 1.
Yeah, and also Tyler Notstad. I know you like that too, and looks sharp on the track right now. She looks like she means business, and sometimes these classy veterans, find their former self, and right now maybe that's what she's doing. Right, 3 in a row, and each of those efforts were pretty solid. She beat Neon Lights last time, so let's not think that she's facing too much easier because Neon Lights is one that you might look at in here and think, well, that one's got a shot. So a lot of early money came in on this one. 12 to 1 on the board right now. I'm happy putting this one on the ticket and hoping it adds some value and some spice.
Number 9, Power and Grace, is a really nice mare that should chew up a fair amount of money and yet might be one that can miss the ticket because 11 out of 16 in the top 3 on the year. The last 2 times this one wasn't on the lead at the opening quarter, did not make the top 3. Power and Grace and Brett McDonald, nice mare, 9 to 2. Tough spot.
Very tricky spot for this one, and that was what I was looking at. Awesome of Brett there to bring Power and Grace over there, classy mare over to see the fans. That's great. It's just a tough spot for her, right? Trailing post is not ideal for Power and Grace. I would say, outside post and trailing post, the 2 places this mare does not want to be. She does her best work when she can get to the lead or at least be forwardly placed. Pretty hard to do that from the trailing post unless someone blasts out in front of you. But even still, what's the trip look like? 9 to 2 on the board. I put her in the 3rd spot. That was really based on the fact that she's got a ton of back class, and I think she tries hard every time she steps in the racetrack.
Number 4, Wild and Crazy Guy. Talk about a ton of back class. Didn't fire quite as much this year, has been a little more inconsistent, but the last 2 were much better. Drops in class. It's not a wild and crazy idea at all if this one could romp in here, but also you could see things not quite working out for Wild and Crazy Guy.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head, Gary, because 2 starts back, raced really well overland, only got beat a length, and actually was flying late. And that's what made me think, Wild and Crazy Guy had a chance in his latest effort. He went first over a long way and lived on the outside of Sicario. So I think Wild and Crazy Guy has a chance. But, earlier on, we saw a much shorter price on this one. I would want to see probably a bigger number than 7 to 2.
And a quick last thought on 7, Catch Canada. You threw that one in.
Well, the price right now at 8 to 1 isn't what it was earlier when it was 60 to 1. But I think Catch Canada merits respect in here. A mainstay in the preferred, now racing in the upper condition. 8 to 1 on the board. I'm still okay with that price.
Yeah, tougher post position, but definitely one you could squeeze onto the ticket and help it pay because it is dropping. Field for the 11th, taking up positions. Wings up, Lady Katarina. In the center, Norwegian Dad, Wild and Crazy Guy, and head-turning Jag. To the outside, Heineken Sealster, Catch Canna. The second tier, Power and Grace. It's a field of 8, the 11th dash on a Wednesday night. And they're at the start of the rough. Lady Katarina, Wild and Crazy Guy, head-turning Jag, Catch Canna's going to fire from the outside, and then Power and Grace, and on the inside wings up. But right now it is Lady Katarina, and Power and Grace was able to stick handle out, and now has the pocket in behind Lady Katarina, still driving on the outside though. Is Wild and Crazy Guy. Head-turning Jag is racing forth, and then it is back to wings up. Catch Canna's to the outside. Norwegian Dad is on the inside, and then Heineken Sealster. Wild and Crazy Guy has got the lead now. Lady Katarina is second. Power and Grace did well from the trailer post in his position third. 27-3 is the opening quarter. And then it is head-turning Jag and wings up and Catch Canna. Back further is Norwegian Dad as the field races the way off the turn and rolls on towards us. And then it is Heineken Sealster. But right now, Wild and Crazy Guy has a lead of about 2.5 or 3. Lady Katarina second. Power and Grace now is going to move up first over. Head-turning Jag is racing on the back of Power and Grace, and then Catch Canna, who left well, but now is on the inside about 5 or 6 off the lead. 56-2 is the halftime, and it is the classy Wild and Crazy Guy who leads them on down the backstretch, but Power and Grace is getting a little closer now. Is only 2 off the lead, and head-turning Jag is within striking distance and appears to have a lot of pace as they race on to 3/4. Then wings up to the outside, takes fourth, and then Lady Katarina is backed away to the inside. Then Heineken Sealster, Norwegian Dad, and Catch Canna is now trailing the field. Wild and Crazy Guy, 3/4, 125-4. Wild and Crazy Guy, Power and Grace in pursuit. Head-turning Jag, Heineken Sealster, and wings up. It is Wild and Crazy Guy. Power and Grace is still digging. Wild and Crazy Guy may have to deal with Power and Grace. Wild and Crazy Guy on the inside, Power and Grace, and up the inside, head-turning Jag. But it is Wild and Crazy Guy to win it. Then it's between head-turning Jag and Power and Grace, and Heineken Sealster was fourth, but Wild and Crazy Guy won 56-2. Well, it wasn't a wild idea, and Wild and Crazy Guy raced crazily well.
Yeah, if you told me this horse is going to make the lead, I would have said, well, that makes his stock go through the roof. I didn't know if that could happen, and Lady Katarina left out hard and then released this one, and I didn't really see this one gaining the lead, but Martin Lachance had other ideas and solid fractions too, honest. 27-3, 56-2, 125-4, and they came home, over 30 seconds, but still Wild and Crazy Guy used that back class that he has and got the job done at a price of 7-2.
And I think if you watch the replay, you'll be really impressed with the job that Brett McDonald did getting Power and Grace off of from the trailer post and following out, and eventually did come first up. But really, Power and Grace wants to be close to the action anyway, and he did a nice job.
Yeah, she needs to be. I mean, we've seen that from her in her form. She's got to be somewhere, forwardly placed, and that was really the only option for him tonight. And the fact that he executed it following out Lady Katarina was very impressive. And I thought she might give this one a tussle in the stretch, but that back class certainly came through tonight for Wild and Crazy Guy.
And head-turning Jag, it's really close for second between Power and Grace and head-turning Jag. I'm not sure which way it actually is, but head-turning Jag certainly did race well, but it was Wild and Crazy Guy who was the one that came out on top in the 11th that looked really good. Wild and Crazy Guy is a 10-year-old crazed brown gelding, owned by Yves Brunet and Theodore Goritz. Martin Lachance is the trainer and the winning driver. Third win this year, 45th lifetime. Wild and Crazy Guy, 156-2. The 11th race payouts, number 4, Wild and Crazy Guy, $9.53, $23. 9, Power and Grace, $3.20, $2.10. 5, Head Turning Jag, $3. $2 Exactor at $25, $70 Try, $21.25. The double, $18.50. The pick 4 on a dollar ticket is $54.70, and a dollar high 5, $823.70. The 11th race over a finish from the top, 5, 7, 8, 1, 3, 4, 6, scratch 2. That's 5, 7, 8, 1, 3, 4, 6, scratch 2. Well, fans, that does include the live harness racing program, and there is a look at the photo for second. Very tight, but on the outside you do see Power and Grace and Head Turning Jag and Trevor Henry to the inside. Well, fans, don't forget that there is no racing action this Friday night here at Grand River. We'll get right back onto our regular Monday, Wednesday, Friday routine this coming Monday. And a first race on Monday, well, it'll go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary.
Good night, team player, Mr. Reed.